All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Escobar, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, July 8th. It is 9:03 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting back into order. I'm being joined this morning by board members Sean McGuire, board member Nicole Morgan, and we'll be joined remotely by board member Jared Blumenfeld. We're also joined this morning by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Deputy, Eric Ekdahl, from the Office of Chief Counsel, Phil Wiles. Our clerk this morning is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her is Margie Argel and Elizabeth Carrillo. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and web components. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us from our traditional webcast on the Cali PA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions at the top of the agenda on how to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you are, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room here, good morning. Good to see you. We're in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few quick announcements for us as well. If we happen to have an emergency, please do observe the exits. We'll calmly file out to the plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to be signed up. There is a QR code and laptop on the side of the room in order to sign up. If you're having any challenges, though, please do just speak to the board clerk, and she can help you get signed up. Once you come to the microphone, please do introduce yourself if you feel so comfortable, and additionally, any affiliation that you have. Lastly, please do silence our phones just so that we have an uninterrupted workshop this morning. This is the second day of our two-day board meeting, and so we're moving on to item number 9 and holding a workshop to receive comments on revised draft water quality order in the matter of file number A2283B, or the petition from the Central Valley Regional Water Board's general waste discharge requirements for milk cow dairies in the Central Valley region, or the dairy order. First, I'm going to go through just a bit of how the day will proceed. And first, would like to note that in October of 2024, this board released a draft dairy order. And then subsequently here on June 15, 2026, the State Board staff released a revised draft dairy order. We're holding this workshop today for the State Board members to hear directly from the public on their views of the revised draft order in a public forum, and for the various sides to hear each other. This is also an opportunity for board members to discuss the issues with each other, as we can only do here in open session. The transmittal letter that accompanied the revised draft dairy order instructs any comments from the public and interested parties need to be related to revisions made to the 2024 draft dairy order. It also provided that we will accept written comments on the revised draft dairy order through July 30th, 2026 at noon. After considering all comments and received on the revised draft dairy order, we will likely distribute a proposed final order that takes into consideration the comments received before we consider adopting a final order. We have tentatively scheduled a board meeting to consider adopting that proposed final order on September 15th, 2026. What we're going to do this morning is I'm going to turn to staff to set the stage for the revised order. Then we will have 2 panels that we'll be hearing from. The first panel includes representatives from the dairy industry and other organizations. The second panel includes representatives from petitioners and other environmental justice organizations. The panels will be about 2 hours total. After that, we will open up the forum for comments from the public. Depending on how many speakers we have, which currently I see about 8 or so speakers signed up. So don't worry about your time limits largely, but do try to keep your comments concise. If you wish to speak, again, you can speak to the board clerk, and there is also the QR code and the laptop on the side of the room. With that introduction from me, I'll turn it over to Stacy Gillespie from the Office of Chief Counsel to provide an overview of the revised draft order, which will be about 35 to 40 minutes long, and then we'll get into our 2 panels. Really appreciate everyone's attendance this morning and look forward to the discussion. Ms. Gillespie.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Stacy Gillespie with the Office of Chief Counsel. Can you hear me okay? Okay. It's a pleasure to be here today with my colleagues, Brianna St. Pierre from the Office of Sustainable Groundwater Management and Kelsey Moore with the Division of Water Quality. I will be providing an overview of the 125-page revised draft dairy order For context, it reviews the Central Valley Water Board's 2013 general waste discharge requirements for existing dairies in the Central Valley, and it remands those WDRs to the regional board for reconsideration and revision. I'll note that board member Deodamo is recused from this matter, and so she is not in attendance today. With that, we can dive in. Next slide, please. For this presentation, I'll provide relevant background information, then I'll discuss the issues raised in the petition, which challenged aspects of the 2013 general WDRs. In the third section, I'll summarize the regulatory framework that was proposed in the 2024 draft order. And then I'll walk through the significant revisions we recently made to the 2024 draft and end with next steps. Next slide. So a helpful framing for this next section is that it spans over the last decade. During this time, a lot of related work has moved forward that's been essential to the board's development of the revised draft order that we're discussing today. Next slide. This matter originated with the Regional Board's issuance of the 2013 Dairy General WDRs. Shortly after adoption, petitions challenged several aspects of the WDRs by filing a petition seeking State Water Board review. Next slide. The 2013 Dairy General WDRs require dairies to comply with a groundwater limitation which prohibits dairy discharges from causing exceedances of water quality objectives. And the water quality objective we're concerned with in this matter is the 10 milligram per liter nitrate drinking water standard. The WDRs have implementation requirements for the four main sources of dairy discharges to groundwater from production areas, existing earthen retention ponds, new or reconstructed ponds, and land application areas where manure is applied to cropland. Next slide. So rather than require dairies immediately comply with the groundwater limitation, the 2013 WDRs provide a 16-year phased compliance schedule. In the first phase, dairies are to focus on doing technical studies and identifying any deficient management practices and figure out what improvements are needed. And then in phase 2, they are to implement those improvements so dairies can meet the groundwater limitation. The 2013 WDRs also include a time schedule for extension, which allows the regional board the ability to extend any deadline, including the final deadline, if a dairy can show that meeting it isn't technically or economically feasible. I'll note here that petitioners challenged both the duration of the schedule and also the extension provision, issues we'll discuss later. Last, under the 2013 WDRs, the CVD RMP conducted the phase 1 requirements in lieu of each dairy doing so and submitted a summary representative monitoring report. And some of the elements of this report have informed our dairy order. Next slide. Next, the state board took several actions while reviewing the petition. It adopted its own motion review order in 2018, giving it more time to review the 2013 WDRs beyond the 270-day regulatory deadline. And during this period, staff reviewed the CVD-RMP's summary report, along with other scientific literature, and this information showed that land application accounts for 94% of nitrogen loading from dairies, as compared to ponds and production areas. I'll note that this finding has been a major driver in shaping the dairy order's regulatory framework. The CVD-RMP's report also recommended aligning the final compliance schedule with the regional board's CV salts program, which the state board approved the revised program in 2021. As many know, CV salts is a collaborative approach for nitrate control from all sources, including dairies, and includes the provision of alternative drinking water supplies for residents reliant on impacted groundwater. The program's final compliance deadline is as short as practicable and not to exceed 35 years. Next slide. Staff held 14 ex parte meetings between 2021 and 2022. Those meetings allowed us to receive constructive feedback from all of those in attendance on our initial technical proposals for the regulatory framework. We added the documents we shared during these meetings to the administrative record, and we provided the required disclosures about these meetings to all interested parties and posted them online. The documents are all listed at footnote 67. Next slide. We released the draft dairy order to the public in 2024. It addresses the issues raised in the petition and includes the proposed regulatory framework for dairies to meet the nitrate drinking water standard and groundwater. And we provided about a 80-day written comment period on the draft order. Next slide. Staff also did extensive outreach on the 2024 draft dairy order. We held a virtual staff workshop in English with a simultaneous Spanish broadcasting. The workshop consisted of a detailed overview of the draft order and extensive Q&A. We also conducted targeted outreach to environmental justice organizations and tribes near dairies throughout the state of California. This outreach began with the ex parte meetings. We also sought their feedback on the 2024 draft order, and we invited them to attend and to participate in our virtual staff workshop. Next slide. Next, the revised draft dairy order incorporates the feedback we received on the 2024 draft. We released the revised order to the public on June 15th of this year. As explained in our transmittal letter, the comment period began that same day and closes on July 30th, and comments must be directly related to the revisions made to the 2024 draft. And today, as already noted, we're holding this board workshop to walk through the revised order and receive public comment, and the board will not be taking any formal action today. Next slide, please. Now we'll cover the issues raised by petitioners. Next slide. At a high level, the petition raises 6 issues challenging aspects of the 2013 WDRs. The first 2 concern the time schedule for compliance. The second 2 are whether they comply with the anti-degradation policy. And the 5th is whether they failed to consider the human right to water statute. And the 6th is whether they disproportionately impact Latino communities reliant on groundwater. Next slide. This slide addresses the 2 issues related to the 2013 WDR's compliance schedule. First, petitioners argued that the 16-year time schedule is too long to continue to let dairies pollute groundwater. Our 2024 draft order concludes that the length is reasonably justified under the Water Code and the non-point source policy because it reflects the time needed for data collection, studies, and phased implementation. Petitioners also argued that because the extension provision has no clear endpoint or duration, the compliance schedules in the WDRs are impermissibly vague and potentially indefinite. Our 2024 draft order agrees with petitioners that because the extension provision is open-ended, there's no certainty about when compliance would actually be required. The draft order concludes that all future time schedules, including any allowances for extensions, must be specific, enforceable, and as short as practicable, consistent with the non-point source policy and the CV salts. Our revised order makes no significant changes. Next slide. Next, petitioners argued that the 2013 WDR's anti-degradation analysis was incomplete because it considered cost to dairies, but not cost to the communities that rely on groundwater. The 2024 draft order agrees with petitioners. Under the anti-degradation policy, when authorizing a lowering of high-quality waters, both the cost to the discharger and the affected public must be considered under what we refer to as the maximum benefit analysis. Our 2026 revisions clarify the types of costs that should be considered, and those include costs of obtaining alternative supplies, potential health impacts and related healthcare costs, and additional treatment costs placed on community water systems. Our intention is for this evaluation to occur at a generalized or programmatic level. Next slide, please. Petitioners next argued that the anti-degradation policy itself bars the use of compliance schedules because, in their view, any allowed lowering of high-quality water cannot result in water quality worse than the applicable water quality objectives. And they point to this 16-year time schedule as evidence that it does. The 2024 draft order disagrees because Water Code Section 13263 and the non-point source policy govern compliance with water quality objectives and both explicitly allow the use of compliance schedules. Immediate compliance is not required. And the anti-degradation policy does not limit the Water Board's authority under that broader legal framework. Our 2026 revisions do not change that conclusion. Next slide, please. Petitioners next argued that the Regional Board failed to consider the human right to water statute when adopting the 2013 WDRs. The 2024 draft order concludes that the human right to water statute does not directly apply to the adoption of WDRs. It applies to policies, regulations, and grants. However, the order explains that the water boards have since adopted resolutions to consider the human right to water more broadly and sets the expectation that the right will be considered in this matter moving forward, consistent with those resolutions. The draft dairy order itself addresses the human right to water in Section 3F. The 2026 revisions make no significant changes. Next slide, please. For the final issue, petitioners argued that the 2013 WDRs violate the state's anti-discrimination law by disproportionately harming Latino communities that rely on groundwater for drinking water. The 2024 draft order finds that this claim lacks legal merit because although the impacts from dairies on some Central Valley communities are very real, it finds no evidence that the WDRs affect Latino residents differently than other community members who also rely on the same groundwater sources. The draft order also notes that its regulatory framework is intended to bring dairies into nitrate compliance over time and improve groundwater quality for everyone. The 2026 revisions acknowledge the seriousness of the studies petitioners cited, citing that legacy and ongoing groundwater contamination can disproportionately affect community water systems that serve a majority of Latino populations. Based on those studies, the revisions underscore the need for the Regional Board to prioritize revising the WDRs for dairies and timely coordinate with the Safer Funding Program to support impacted systems. And the revisions affirm that the State Board itself is focused on these impacts and is taking substantial steps to administer the Safer program. Next slide. Now we'll walk through the 2024 draft orders proposed regulatory framework. Next slide. The regulatory framework has 9 required components for the Regional Board to implement and revise WDRs for dairies. It applies to all dairies in the Central Valley region, including future dairies. And some of the components also apply to dairies that collect and land apply manure within the jurisdiction of all of the other regional boards as well. The framework's first component and its ultimate objective is to ensure dairies comply with the nitrogen discharge limit, so they do not cause or contribute to an exceedance of the nitrate drinking water standard. Importantly, the nitrogen discharge limit, it applies to all dairy discharges to groundwater from ponds, production areas, and land application areas. The remaining 8 components fall under land application, manure retention ponds, and alternative drinking water supplies, which are addressed in the next slides. Next slide, please. However, I first like to highlight that the regulatory framework gives the Regional Board different types of direction to implement the 9 components in the revised WDRs. It has required implementation that must be included in the revised WDRs for the nitrogen discharge limit, the whole farm nitrogen accounting approach, and the alternative drinking water supplies components. And the framework uses a recommended approach for all remaining land application and pond components. This recommended approach gives the regional board some discretion to adopt alternative implementation methods so long as they are designed to comply with the nitrogen discharge limit. Next slide. Turning to the land application components, the first one requires developing final enforceable numeric land application rates that correlate directly with the nitrogen discharge limit. These rates would essentially specify how much nitrogen a dairy can land apply per acre each year. The framework proposes a two-part conceptual approach to develop the final numeric land application rates. First, develop a groundwater loading limit, which would be the amount of nitrogen that can reach below the root zone per acre of cropland per acre foot of water without exceeding the drinking water standard, with a margin of safety built into it. Second, develop a multi-year land application rate formula by translating the groundwater loading limit into annual application rates with a formula that factors in crop uptake, denitrification, and other factors. These elements are conceptual because state board staff will develop them and submit them to a peer review process, and this will be done after the state board adopts the final dairy order. And then once complete, they will be presented to the regional board for its potential inclusion in the revised WDRs. Next slide. The second land application component requires the regional board to establish time schedules for dairies to comply with the final numeric land application rates. For existing dairies, the schedule is expected to align with CV salts and be within as short as time as practicable, not to exceed 35 years. This recognizes the time needed to develop markets and treatment technologies that would allow dairies to export excess manure and reduce land application to support compliance with the nitrogen discharge limit. Any new dairies that begin operating after the regional board adopts the final land application rates in the revised WDRs would have to be designed to comply immediately. Next slide. Next, the framework requires the regional board to establish interim numeric land application rates for dairies to start reducing manure application until the final rates take effect. It gives the regional board discretion on the milestones and the deadlines, but recommends using whole farm nitrogen balance as one interim milestone, which is essentially applying nitrogen at agronomic rates and exporting or treating the excess manure. The fourth component is creating a whole farm nitrogen accounting approach. So whether or not the whole farm nitrogen balance is used as one interim milestone, this accounting method must be included in the revised WDRs. It'll give dairies a clear way to track how much nitrogen they generate and where it goes, whether that be through exports, land application, pond exports, pond leakage, or otherwise. We tasked the regional board with developing this approach with a scientific peer review process. Next slide. The framework also incorporates several technical recommendations from the CVDRMP's 2019 summary report for dairies to improve land application practices in the near term. Those include more accurate nitrogen balance accounting, continue using the CVDRMP's representative well monitoring network, an increased role for the CVDRMP, education to dairies to improve nitrogen efficiency, replace the strict field-by-field accounting with logical grouping of fields, and INMP reporting requirements. Next slide. The frame has 3 retention pond components with different requirements for existing earthen ponds that do not have hydraulic continuity to groundwater, existing earthen ponds that do or may have hydraulic continuity, and new or reconstructed ponds. It is those existing ponds with hydraulic continuity that are of the immediate concern because they can contribute significant loading to groundwater. So the framework includes a process for the regional board to determine which ponds may have hydraulic continuity. And that is within a year of the state board adopting the final dairy order, the regional board must issue orders to dairies with ponds that may have 5 feet or less vertical separation from the groundwater to show, if they can, that their ponds do not have hydraulic continuity. So this process essentially casts a wide net to ensure that potentially all concerning ponds are identified early and demonstrate no hydraulic continuity. Next slide. Then for existing ponds that show no hydraulic continuity, the only requirement is to meet a seepage rate and doing periodic verification testing. This approach is taken because the amount of nitrogen loading from properly managed earthen ponds is expected to be relatively small because they usually form a clay seal layer at the bottom over time. However, for existing ponds that do have hydraulic continuity or where the dairy cannot show otherwise, those must meet the same requirements that apply to new or reconstructed ponds at item 3, and to do so within 3 years. So new and reconstructed ponds and those with hydraulic continuity must install a double synthetic liner or a single liner with enhanced monitoring requirements. Next slide. Last, the framework includes one component for alternative drinking water supplies. Any dairy that causes or contributes to an exceedance of the drinking water standard in groundwater must promptly provide alternative water to affected residents. The order explains that for dairies participating in the CV salts management zone, this requirement is already met because management zones are required to provide alternative drinking water. So this is the last slide of the 2024 regulatory framework, and nearly all of its elements carry forward into the revised order, but I'll note where they do not. Next slide, please. Now I'll be highlighting 13 of our most significant revisions we made to the 2024 draft order. And as a reminder, public comments must be related to the revisions. Next slide, please. The first significant revision is that it no longer establishes a statewide precedent. It now only applies to Central Valley dairies and not to any in the jurisdiction of other regional boards. Our order does acknowledge, however, that the other regional boards may choose to use the regulatory approach or something like it if it meets their local conditions and their needs. This change is based on our analysis that shows about 94% of dairies that are located within 1 mile of areas classified as high risk for groundwater nitrate contamination are located in the Central Valley. Next slide. Another major revision is a new phased approach for the regional board to implement the framework. In phase 1, within 1 year of the state board's adoption of the dairy order, the regional board is to issue orders requiring all dairies to improve reporting and monitoring of nitrogen applied and nitrogen removed. This is needed to determine whether current land application practices comply with the 1.4 A/R rate requirement in the 2013 WDRs that are still in effect today. In phase 2, within 3 to 4 years, the regional board will adopt interim revised dairy WDRs that include increasingly protective interim land application requirements with corresponding time schedules. In phase 3, within 7 to 8 years, the regional board will adopt the final revised WDRs, which will add the state water board developed and peer-reviewed groundwater loading limit and include the final numeric land application rates. And it's at this point there would be the corresponding final deadlines added. We developed this phased approach to respond to stakeholder interest in earlier regional board action rather than waiting until after all of the technical work is completed and peer-reviewed. Next slide. Next, we added definitions and examples to better clarify 4 categories of dairies: existing, new, expanded, and consolidated, because they are treated differently under the phased compliance approach I just described, particularly phases 2 and 3. The reason for this approach is straightforward. It recognizes that a long operating dairy is in a very different position than new, expanded, and consolidated dairies that create new or greater groundwater impacts. We don't want those latter operations to worsen existing nitrate problems. For that reason, new dairies, expanded portions of dairies, and consolidations that increase groundwater impacts must immediately comply with the most protective land application requirements in effect without the benefit of receiving a time schedule. Next slide. The revised order keeps the pond requirements, but uses a prioritization process for the regional board staff to be able to address ponds that have a high risk for hydraulic continuity within more realistic resource and workload constraints, rather than have all dairies with potentially concerning ponds make a no continuity demonstration at the same time. First, within 90 days of the state board adopting the dairy order, the regional board will order dairies to estimate the lowest pond depth and do so within 6 months. And during this time, regional board staff will view available groundwater elevation data near each pond. Then within 1 year, the regional board will begin to issue follow-up orders to select high-risk dairies prioritized as it deems appropriate, requiring them to either demonstrate no hydraulic continuity or, if they cannot, submit designs for new or reconstructed ponds. Next slide. The revised order also explains how the CV salt's final compliance schedule affects dairies. It clarifies that the CV salt's compliance schedule begins when the regional board grants a discharger's request for an exception to the CV salt's discharge requirements. And that usually will occur when the regional board approves that discharger's management zone implementation plan. Because those plans are approved at different times, the start dates will vary across dischargers, including dairies. So to ensure a uniform final deadline for all similarly situated dairies, the revised order recommends the regional board to establish the same final compliance date for all similar dairies, regardless of when each dairy's CV salt's schedule begins. For example, the regional board recently approved the Modesto management zone schedule, initially granting dairies 35 years, a deadline of 2061. So in line with our recommendation, any uniform deadline for all similar dairies would be as soon as practicable, but no later than 2061. Next slide. Next, and consistent with the approach the state board has previously imposed on irrigated lands in the Central Coast and the Central Valley, the revisions add protections for tenants and other users of on-farm drinking water wells. The order has a process for dairies to detect the nitrate levels, notify users of exceedances, and promptly provide users with alternative supplies for domestic use. Next slide. The revised order expands its discussion of AB 2108's requirements to conduct meaningful outreach to disadvantaged and tribal communities and to make findings on water quality impacts and environmental justice concerns. It describes the targeted outreach I described earlier and includes preliminary findings on how our framework will be applied in the future general WDRs. And specifically, how key elements like replacement drinking water, protective milestones, and controls on new, expanded, and certain consolidations are intended to directly prevent impacts on these communities. Next slide. This slide highlights 5 additional revisions that are pretty straightforward, but they're worth mentioning. Dairies must use better measures to accurately report nitrogen applied and removed. The revised order also evaluates the costs and benefits of the monitoring and reporting requirements proposed to be included in the revised dairy WDRs. That includes the INMP reporting, the on-farm drinking water well monitoring, replacement drinking water where necessary, and pond continuity demonstrations. The revised order adds a discussion of SGMA and how it interacts with CV salts, and it considers SGMA at a programmatic level in the context of the regulatory framework. It also includes a summary and a timeline of the major tasks for the regional board to complete, and it directs the regional board staff to provide written progress reports every 6 months after adoption of the dairy order. Next slide. As a final point, we reviewed and accepted into the administrative record virtually all of the documents submitted by petitioners and dairy cares supporting their comments on the 2024 draft order. The revised order has a full list of all of the documents at footnote 67. So we'll just take another look at where we go from here. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So as a reminder, the board isn't taking any action today. Written comments on the revised draft order are due July 30th, 2026, and should be related to the revisions. Comments may be submitted to the email address on the slide. We will then release a proposed final dairy order that will respond to the comments received, including those received today, followed by a board meeting to consider adopting the final order, which is currently scheduled for September 15th. So with that, I'd like to check in with board members to see if there's any questions or point for discussion, or whether we should proceed with our panel speakers.
Thank you, Ms. Gillespie, Ms. St. Pierre, the entire team that's worked on this order. Really appreciate, I know, the great work that's gone into this to balance ultimately the goals here of the order in order to protect communities and to help ensure that there's some certainty for the dairy industry as well. And thanks to the communities and advocates that have been part of this discussion, so many of the dairies themselves and leaders within the space. Really appreciated the patience ultimately as well in getting the order out. Really ultimately feel that the time was well spent and we have a very balanced order here. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, I don't have any questions at this point. Really eager to hear from folks further, get feedback and understand how we get to a final order. But looking to colleagues, if there's any comments or questions that they have at this time. And seeing none, let's move on to the panels. Really eager to hear from folks.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Gillespie. Morning. Really good to see you all.
Good morning. There's, that awkward on off thing, right? So thank you very much. Appreciate being here today. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Teresa Dunham. I'm with Consories and Conway, and here on behalf of Dairy Cares, a nonprofit organization that works with California dairies to ensure the long-term sustainability of California's dairy farming families. This revised draft order has been long in the making. We are grateful to have this opportunity today to share our thoughts on the revised draft order, both positive and negative. We also look forward to further discussions with this board collectively on how it can be further revised to be more efficient in the way it regulates Central Valley dairies and to protect groundwater throughout the Central Valley. Next slide, please. With me today, we have a diverse panel of individuals who are all committed to the long-term sustainability of California's dairy farming families, and specifically with respect to today's topics. By way of a quick introduction, our panel members include J.P. Cadavilla, Executive Director of the Central Valley Dairy Representative Monitoring Program, Justin Gioletti, a fourth-generation dairy operation and owner of Gioletti Dairy Farms in Turlock, California. We have Paul Souza, Director of Environmental Services and Regulatory Affairs for Western United Dairies, and Dr. Duncan McEwen, managing partner and principal economist from ERA Economics, one of the state's leading firms that specializes in the economics of agriculture and water resources. Next slide, please. Just to give you a little bit of an overview of our presentation today and how we're going to talk about these different issues. I'm going to start off and I'll highlight the revisions within the revised order that we are supportive of. Mr. Catavia is going to discuss the dairy community's longstanding and ongoing efforts towards environmental stewardship and protection of water quality. Mr. Gialetti will provide you all with his perspectives as to what the revised draft dairy order means for an actual typical dairy operation in the Central Valley and the potential long-term impacts the revised dairy order may have on Central Valley dairies. I'll then share our concerns with the board, with the broad regulatory framework and the land application provisions. Mr. Souza will convey concerns with respect to the manure retention ponds, and Dr. McEwen will then highlight some of the economic impacts of the potential impacts to the dairy industry in California, in the Central Valley specifically. Next slide, please. First of all, it's always good to start with positive. So we do appreciate that the revised draft order is much improved in how it refers to and references the importance of manure and croplands on dairies. Use of manure is a valuable resource and it plays a vital role in providing nutrients for dairy croplands, which provide healthy feed for the dairy herds. We also appreciate that the revised draft order has been narrowed to apply to only to Central Valley dairies and is no longer a presidential order statewide. The revised draft order appears to recognize and incorporate CV Salt's timelines, which are appreciated. We do believe that there may need to be some additional clarifications with respect to the application and integration of the CV Salts program, and we will be providing those in our written comments. And we also appreciate that the revised draft order relies on the Central Valley Water Board's experience and expertise, which we believe is the appropriate pathway. Where the revised draft order diverts away from the Central Valley Water Board's expertise and lead on critical issues, we kind of find that to be a mistake and and hope that that's something that can be revised and rectified. And with that, I'm going to have it go to the next slide, and I'm going to bump it over to my colleague to my left.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, board members. I'd like to start out by describing some of the things Central Valley's dairies are doing to reduce impacts to groundwater while also assuring a safe drinking water supply for their communities. One of the most important efforts we're currently involved in are nitrate management zones. Nitrate management zones now exist in 15 different groundwater basins in the Central Valley, including the entire east side of the valley from Modesto to Bakersfield, most of the west side from Stockton South, and the Yolo Basin. Each of these management zones provides free well testing for all rural residents who are not connected to public drinking water systems. They also provide free replacement drinking water to any such residents whose water has been impacted by nitrates above the safe drinking water levels. Dairies have been active partners in all 15 management zones, contributing millions of dollars towards planning, outreach, testing, and replacement drinking water. We have cooperated with agricultural partners and other water quality permit holders, such as wineries, food processors, cities, and others, to make sure these efforts to ensure safe drinking water are successful. As a result of these programs, we jointly support more than 3,850 wells have been tested, and more than 2,620 households are receiving free, safe drinking water. And anyone in those areas may receive the same with a simple phone call or online application. We have also been working hard to reduce the amount of nitrogen that escapes from dairies into groundwater. The dairy community has installed or is in the process of installing more than 180 anaerobic digesters, which capture methane from stored manure, allowing it to be used as a renewable energy resource. This has resulted in more than 180 retention ponds being lined, reducing losses of nitrogen to groundwater. Another exciting innovation is manure subsurface drip irrigation. This applies irrigation water and manure nutrients precisely to the roots of growing crops, conserving water, reducing nitrogen losses, and also significantly cutting air emissions and greenhouse gases. This practice is already in place on dozens of dairies covering more than 5,000 acres. With time and sufficient funding, we expect broader adoption. Vermifiltration, or worm beds, is a cutting-edge technology that uses large beds of wood chips and worms to filter manure flush water. This reduces nitrogen in the water, allowing growers to better balance the applications to crops and protect water quality. Advanced solid separation systems funded through the California Department of Food and Agriculture's Dairy Plus program help dairies better balance their supply of nutrients in solid and liquid form, assisting them in exporting surplus manure nutrients as needed. This protects water quality while reducing reliance on synthetic fertilizers. While these efforts are a great start to meet the ambitious goals in this order and the nitrate control program, we will need significant time to seek wider adoption of these practices, develop and pilot additional strategies, and developing markets and incentives for surplus manure and more. Next slide, please. A critical part of our success in the future is to understand, measure, and manage the progress our industry is making at both the local and valley-wide scale. We have not been waiting around idly for the order to be adopted. The Central Valley Dairy Representative Monitoring Program, a coalition of dairies and other cattle operators, has commissioned and begun work on a modern data entry management and analysis system. We are working closely with stakeholders, including the regional board, to make sure this is a robust system that will serve dairies, regulators, and others as we do our respective jobs and will stand up to rigorous peer review. We expect to have this system ready for testing in the near future and in time to comply with this order and the regional board's Modesto Management Zone order. This will be a massive improvement in our collective data management efforts, bringing us from what are effectively paper records to modern databases that can be analyzed to chart trends locally and regionally, assess our performance, set targets, and track progress. Our coalition will also work closely with long-standing, trusted dairy education and outreach programs, such as the California Dairy Quality Assurance Program, to ensure that dairy owners and operators have the latest and best information available to assist them in making progress toward the goals in this order. As a community, dairy has been and will continue to work to support development of new tools, technologies, and practices, along with the incentives and funding wherever possible to assist owners and operators in meeting their regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. As mentioned before, we have not been waiting to get started on the initiatives that are needed to make progress. On this slide, you can see a few examples of work that has commenced and will continue to address the nitrogen challenge. We have made progress, but of course, there remains much to be done. We are proud of our working relationship with the California Department of Agriculture. Many anaerobic digesters and alternative manure management projects have been constructed with the help of CDFA programs. Also, CDFA cooperated with the California Dairy Research Foundation to apply for and receive an $85 million grant from the U.S. Department of Agriculture to fund nitrate reduction projects on dairies called Dairy Plus. That has led to construction of vermifiltration projects, worm beds, as well as other projects that provide new ways for dairies to manage their manure and improve their nitrogen management. Recognizing that more innovation is needed, at the request of Dairy Cares, CDFA formed the Manure Recycling and Innovative Products Task Force in 2021. This interagency body works with stakeholders from the dairy community, academia, and others to serve as a forum for discussion of promising research and innovative technologies and other opportunities to increase the value of manure as a renewable resource. The California Dairy Research Foundation recognized years ago that more effort and investment was necessary to improve the environmental performance of California dairies. CDRF CDRF greatly increased its focus on environmental research, funding more research projects in this area. The California Dairy Quality Assurance Program has for nearly 30 years served as a trusted source of environmental compliance information for dairy owners and operators. Recognizing growing issues related to water quality, CDQAP has increased its education and outreach offerings to dairy producers and professional dairy consultants to ensure the community is aware of the latest regulatory developments, practice recommendations, and grant or incentive opportunities. And the dairy community in general, at the national and state level, is working collaboratively to increase resources available to address the challenge of nitrogen and to protect groundwater. We are committed to continuing to try to identify resources necessary to assist producers in meeting these challenges. And now, I would like to hand the presentation over to fourth-generation dairy owner and operator Justin Gialetti from Turlock, California.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having me. As JP said, I'm Justin Gialetti. I'm a partner in Gialetti Dairy Farms located in Turlock, California. I'm a fourth-generation dairy farmer on both sides of my family tree. We currently milk about 3,700 cows and farm about 2,000 acres of land that we use to grow feed for our cows. Our farm supports our 3 owner families, my parents, my brother's family, and my own, as well as 50 employees and their families. It's a priority for us to maintain our dairy operations for the next generations. I have 2 sons in college majoring in ag sciences and a daughter and a niece and a nephew that are going to be right behind them. All are showing an interest in returning to the farm. I would like for them to have the same opportunities I have had to continue in this family business, but it has become increasingly more difficult from both the financial and regulatory standpoint. The costs to operate our farms have increased considerably, and the increasing regulatory requirements are no exception. There needs to be a balance between the cost of compliance and economic feasibility on the farm level to ensure our longevity. We need a dairy order that allows us to comply with the regulations, but also stimulates continued investment in the dairy sector. The dairy footprint in California has been noticeably shrinking. We are not seeing growth in milk plant construction or in dairy operations generally. Without that continued investment, the numbers of dairies will continue to contract. By and large, these are family farms like my own who are leaving the state or leaving the business altogether. We personally want to stay here in California. Our roots are here in the Central Valley. As I mentioned earlier, my children could be the 5th generation of California dairy farmers. We have a commitment to keep our California dairies viable. This is reflected in the investments we've made in quality modern facilities, cow comfort, nutrition, and good stewardship practices. Next slide, please. I'd like to briefly explain a little about our pond operations. We operate a flush system dairy, which means we use recycled water to clean the lanes of our cow housing facilities. After going through settling basins to separate out some solids, the water is then pumped back to the retention pond where it can be blended with irrigation water. This system provides valuable nutrients for us to grow the forage crops that we use to feed our cows while reducing our need for commercial fertilizers. Our pond was built in 2003 to NRCS specifications, which we understood to be the gold standard at the time. It's approximately 12 acres in size and was a significant investment that we continue to maintain. It was built above the grade of the land and well above the water table. It's lined with a clay liner that we had to haul in from 10 miles away at a significant cost. Any future mandate that would require additional pond lining would be difficult for us to meet. Logistically, we would have to shut down the pond for months. This would decrease our storage capacity and would put us out of compliance with our water regulations and governing permits. Also, the cost of relining a pond could be in excess of $2 million, and financing for this would be necessary and difficult to obtain. We would have to borrow the capital to fund such a project. Obtaining financing would be challenging as the lender desires to see some return on the investment. I feel I cannot demonstrate that to my lender. I believe retention ponds have been proven to be a small part of the nitrogen loading on dairies, and there may be other less costly and more practical alternatives that are developed in the future. Next slide. We have actively considered and participated in the alternative manure management programs on our farm. It has allowed us to try different methods to handle manure management with considerable benefits. For instance, our project consists of a 4-acre concrete pad and vacuum scraper. We committed to converting our dairy to a partial vacuum scrape dairy to remove manure from the flush lanes. This has allowed us to remove a significant amount of manure and nitrogen from ever reaching our retention pond. Originally, this project was built as a methane reduction method. However, it became an alternative source of nutrient management for our farming operation. Instead of being flushed into our ponds, the vacuum manure is dried on a concrete slab. It is then converted into a product that we can readily transport by truck to fields that are not directly connected to our retention ponds. This benefits us as we farm 8 miles away from our dairy, and not all of our fields have access to lagoon or pond water applications. So this moves our own nitrogen source to land that needs it and reduces our reliance on commercial fertilizers. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain a little bit about our operations. Projects like I just mentioned demonstrate that California dairy families are willing to make changes and innovate in order to remain sustainable. What works for each individual dairy may differ, which is why continued support and resources for our community are so important. Ultimately, we need an order that helps us sustain an innovative spirit and allows California farmers to stay in California while solving the issues we all face. And now I'll hand it over to Tess. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Next slide, please. All right, I'm going to kick off kind of the discussion with respect to some of our concerns with the regulatory framework and specifically to the land application requirements. Following me, Paul Souza will provide some additional comments about the concerns we have with the manure retention pond requirements. We will keep it to the high level issues here today. There will be lots more in our written comments, as I'm sure you all can expect. So first of all, we do find that the current regulatory framework has a tremendous amount of complexity contained within it. And we don't think that all that complexity is necessary. We do think that the order could be streamlined, make it more efficient and easier to administer, both for the Central Valley Water Board, the State Water Board, and the Central Valley dairies themselves throughout the Central Valley. We'll talk about some of our ideas of how we think that could be streamlined. Some of the issues, again, we're going to talk about, how we believe this framework is cumbersome. I am going to do a little bit of a deeper dive into the definitions of existing and new dairies. That was highlighted by Ms. Gillespie because we do think it's pretty problematic the way it is currently put forward in the revised draft order. And then also talk about one revision that I don't believe was discussed directly by Ms. Gillespie, and that's an additional margin of safety with respect to land application provisions. I'll talk about each of these specifically. Next slide, please. So here's kind of our overview of what we see is within the regulatory framework. It includes 5 13-267 order directives to the Central Valley Water Board, 2 peer reviews, and 2 different revised waste discharge requirement orders. We think that's a lot. We also don't think it's necessary. This level of effort and resources that would be necessary to respond to these directives is significant. And that's not just for the Central Valley Water Board, but for the dairies themselves. For example, for the dairies, with each 13-267 order, that represents the need for education and outreach efforts to all the dairies. It represents dairy owner and consulting time, figuring out what is being requested, dairy owner and consultant time preparing responses to submit to the Central Valley Water Board, and ultimately results in this ever uncertain changing rules and directives as new orders come on. More importantly, we don't think this is necessary. As Mr. Souza is going to explain later, much of the information being requested by these orders has been provided to the Central Valley Water Board at some point in time in the past. For example, Central Valley dairies already test on farm drinking water wells. No additional order is necessary. The State Water Board should rely on the Central Valley Water Board's knowledge and expertise to determine what orders are necessary, to whom they should be issued, and when it is the most appropriate to use this authority, rather than having a state board order that directs the regional board to issue 5 orders to what we understand to be all dairies within the Central Valley. With respect to the revised WDRs, we also believe that such efforts are redundant and resource intensive. Both are subject to CEQA, which is a big undertaking when we're talking about the Central Valley WDR. Rather than two separate WDRs, an interim and a final, we do believe this could be streamlined for the Central Valley Water Board to include interim provisions and time schedules. And all WDRs, once adopted, can be amended and reopened as necessary. We don't think there is a need to have this distinction between an interim and a final. Next slide, please. I'm going to try to spend some time talking a little bit about how we understand the existing and new dairy requirements within the revised draft order would apply and why we find that they are overly complicated and burdensome. First, I think it's important to call out there is no such thing as a actual new dairy being built in California. The term new, as used in the revised draft order, actually refers to potentially a portion of a dairy, of an existing dairy, that expands or consolidates. So this distinction between what is an existing and new is really important. As indicated previously, the timelines for compliance in the revised draft order vary based on this distinction. Specifically, existing dairies, and I used quotes as to what an existing dairy is, are allowed compliance schedules to meet final numeric land application rates. This is necessary because, as properly pointed out in the revised draft order, it will take time to develop treatment and technological capacity and associated markets necessary for exporting manure off dairies. But in comparison, the revised draft order makes all new dairies be designed to immediately meet the most stringent interim or final land application rate that has been established as of the date a report of waste discharge is filed for an expansion or consolidation. But based on this, it's really not that simple to distinguish between an existing and a new dairy. In fact, there are some dairies in operation now where a portion of an existing herd on a dairy today would be considered an existing dairy, while on that same dairy, a portion of that herd that exists today would be considered a new dairy. This results in a single facility having varying compliance schedules for a percentage of nitrogen load associated with a proportion of their existing herd and a different compliance schedule or no compliance schedule at all for another percentage or proportion of the load on the same facility. We find this to be confusing. We don't believe it's administratively. Actually, we believe it is difficult to administratively administer. It's practically difficult for dairy operators to implement. They have a facility trying to just say what I need to do with the proportion of my herd versus another portion is highly problematic. Moreover, it is likely the Central Valley Water Board, when they go to adopt the interim and final application rates that are being directed to adopt, those are going to be adopted well in advance of when the term existing dairies would be expected to comply with those components. But that doesn't mean we have the technology and treatment available for any dairy to meet those new or final land application limits. So we are mandating and directing an expansion of a dairy to meet potentially a requirement that no other dairy actually has the technology or ability to meet, because we don't know yet. As JP indicated, we still have a lot of work to do to determine how we are going to get to a no longer cause or contribute standard as ultimately required by the final land application limit. So we have some considerable concerns with these distinctions. And again, to me, there is no dairy expansion or dairy consolidation as it's defined, in that you either end up as an existing dairy or you end up as a new dairy. And frankly, any expansion or consolidation, except under limited circumstances, would now be considered a new dairy, not just moving forward, but this order also goes backwards in time to those that already have dairy herds on their facilities. Next slide, please.
I ask quickly,
Yeah,
just
please.
when it comes to a dairy that say gets consolidated, my understanding the language in there is it would be considered new, I guess, if the consolidation increased the discharge ultimately of nitrogen or manure. Is so just kind of wondering if that helps insofar as, at least when it comes to this category of consolidations. I imagine, you know, it's unlikely to increase the amount that is otherwise discharged with the consolidation, and wonder if it's easier than, at least for, just narrowing in on consolidated dairies, to be able to justify that, whatever dairy is being consolidated, there may be less discharge because you're, connecting to the better infrastructure, if you will, of whichever dairy you're consolidating with. Just wondering if that, at least in that space, makes sense and has less concern necessarily than the expansion component of a new dairy, or how that might make a dairy fall into a category of new as opposed to existing.
Yeah, and as I understand the consolidation provisions, right, it's kind of that, well, if your consolidation is you're basically buying a neighbor dairy, but you're going to continue to operate it as a separate facility, that would be considered an existing, right? But if you say you're buying somebody's herd, right, and you are consolidating that with your current facility, which probably means you are a more modern facility with better nitrogen management than probably the dairy that's going out of business that you're buying the herd from. But if you are moving that herd to a different area and increasing a nitrogen load into a different area, that is now considered a new dairy. And so you would then be held to a higher standard for, I mean, it's the same cows, right? We are not increasing herds, size, the number of cows in the Central Valley overall. We are readjusting the location of herds based upon dairy facilities and the needs for consolidation and smaller operations going out. So overall, throughout the valley, it doesn't change. And I just think we're going to end up having arguments over, well, what does it mean to is it in the same area? Is it the same groundwater subbasin, or is it a smaller thing than that? We're going to have a lot of internal confusion as to then what is considered the new dairy and the existing dairy. And just from a practical standpoint, as an operator, as Mr. Giletti, how do I decide, oh, this percentage of my herd is subject to, and my load for this percentage of my herd needs to be, meet different requirements on a different time frame than this portion when I operate my facility across the board?
Thank you. Really appreciate the discussion.
The next issue that we have has specific to the kind of the land application-based limits. It does talk about, we understand they absolutely need to meet the nitrate water quality objective. That is the water quality objective. But the revised draft order does include language that directs the regional board to include a margin of safety in determining what are the appropriate land application limits. To us, this does create a de facto an adopted water quality objective. We are basically lowering the water quality objective to account for, some margin of safety. It's overly protective. Water quality objectives, in particular, primary maximum contaminant levels, when adopted by EPA in the state, they already include margins of safety in order to address risk based upon that. If we want to change the standard, then we need to change the standard and go through the process. We shouldn't be able to change the applicable regulatory standard through direction of basically saying, and you need to include a margin of safety. Next, please. How do we think we can improve the revised draft order to address some of these big issue concerns that we have raised today? We think we should eliminate the mandatory direction for 5 different 13267 orders to the Central Valley Water Board. Instead, bring up the issue, but allow the Central Valley Water Board to use its expertise and understanding of the Central Valley dairy industry to determine who should they get orders, when they should get orders, what is the priority for orders. And I think that would also help to streamline the regulatory process. We don't understand how the regional board would enforce 5 different orders that are issued to all dairies. With every order that is issued, there's a compliance component to make sure that people comply. And I think we're asking a huge heavy lift and understanding that, such broad orders to the whole industry is going to be some type of a quick and efficient process. We also request that actually where the order directs that the State Water Board staff is going to lead efforts for development of final numeric land application limits, we actually think that should stay with the Central Valley Water Board. They have the dairy program. They have dairy staff that are out on dairies every day. They are the permitting entity, and we do think it's better if the Central Valley Water Board is the lead entity for that rather than State Water Board staff. And nothing against your State Water Board staff, but just wanting to make sure we are utilizing the expertise where it currently exists. We also, as stated earlier, don't think it's necessary for us to have this interim versus final WDR. And instead, you have a remand, revise the general WDR. It can include interim provisions within it. All WDRs can be reopened and revised. There's no need to have a direct distinction between 2 different WDRs. Next slide, please. With respect to some of the other issues on the existing new dairy component, we actually are requesting that you apply the order equally to all existing dairy operations with current operations. Right now, the order makes a distinction as to whether a dairy submitted a report of waste discharge or not, even if the herd currently exists on an operating facility. We're kind of asking, let's start clean. Let's get an accurate counting of current herd sizes, right? We do believe it's important to have an accounting. Let's ask everybody for current herd sizes. Let's start with a clean slate, and then we can apply the order. If there is a future expansion, that then we can talk about how those order requirements should be applied. We will be providing some pretty detailed comments of how we think that the order should be revised in order to take away some of this confusion and complexity currently within it, trying to make this distinction between new and existing dairies and creating this situation where you have dairy facilities having different requirements on the same facility based upon a proportion of their herd size, which is just pretty problematic. Other thing we are asking is that any land application requirements be based on the nitrate water quality objective and include or delete the direction to include a margin of safety. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Souza.
Good morning, everyone. We're also very concerned with the revised draft order's approach to addressing earthen manure retention ponds, also known as lagoons. First, the order directs the regional board within 90 days of adoption to issue 13267 letters to all Central Valley dairies to submit reports on lagoon depths. This is unnecessary. Dairies were already required under the current order to submit waste management plans, which include details and specifications for their lagoons. Waste management plans are already on file with the regional board and can be used by the regional board to prioritize and focus on dairies that may be of concern. Also, many dairies exist in areas of the Central Valley where the water table is very deep. Large portions of the Central Valley, most of Kern, Tulare, Kings, Fresno, and Madera counties do not have shallow water tables. Sure, there are exceptions on the west side of the valley where there's perched water tables in areas near the San Joaquin River. However, this information is available and should be used by the regional board to determine whether it is necessary to ask for an additional report from a dairy. We are also very concerned about the requirement for the regional board to, within 1 year, begin issuing orders for some dairies to reconstruct their ponds. Such orders would give some dairies a year to submit reconstruction plans for projects that could cost as much as $2 million and give them only 2 years to complete construction. This requirement does not consider whether grant funding or financing will be available. Without additional flexibility, this provision alone will put many dairies, especially smaller, older, and leased facilities, out of business. This also does not consider whether there are other projects that a dairy might do first that would have a more beneficial impact. For example, If a dairy could install a grant-funded worm bed project and it was demonstrated that such a project would reduce the facility's loading more than reconstructing a lagoon, the regional board should have the ability to take that into consideration. We are also very concerned about the requirement for all dairies with earthen lagoons to begin doing seepage testing. This type of testing has only been performed at an academic and research level in the past. It is not an available diagnostic service that a dairy can just go and pay for. There are no firms currently offering it anywhere at any price. Even if someone decided to invest in the necessary equipment and training and offered this service, it would likely not be useful for most dairies, as I will explain in the next slide. Next slide, please. This type of testing uses complex equipment that can measure very small changes in the level of a lagoon. Combined with sensors that allow for very precise estimate of evaporative losses, we can assume that the rest of the loss in volume is from pond seepage. I was personally involved in selecting dairies for this, and the conditions needed for this type of measurement to occur do not exist on most dairies. Floating material on lagoons hampers the measurements, making evaporative losses inaccurate. Dairies must also be able to hydraulically isolate their lagoons completely, meaning no flows into or out of the lagoon at all during the test period. As a result, this test is suitable on only about 1 out of 6 dairies. Next slide, please. When we consider the role of lagoons in the overall picture of dairy-related nitrogen losses, this is the picture we get. Croplands are where most of the losses occur, and the CVD-RMP's 2019 report, lagoon losses were estimated at about 4% of dairy loading. Importantly, as many as 180 digesters have been built or are in the process of being built since the CVD-RMP 2019 report was submitted. This means 180 more double-line lagoons with leachate collection systems in place than 2019, making the 4% a likely overestimate today as compared to 2019. It is also very logistically difficult to line in-use lagoons. Next slide, please. Based on these facts, we find that seepage testing offers very little return on investment. For example, if half of the tested lagoons end up being lined, which would be 1 out of 12, the reduction in overall nitrogen loading for the industry is less than 1/2 of 1%. Moreover, setting forth a requirement that cannot be implemented in a reasonable manner by most Central Valley dairies creates inequities and leaves dairies open to region-wide criticism for failing to comply with the requirement. Next slide, please. Which brings us to the bigger point. Though lagoons overall represent a fairly small portion of nitrogen impacts, the order suggests they should all be lined. We believe this is 1, unnecessary, and 2, short-sighted. Lining all lagoons across the Central Valley will not result in widespread groundwater quality improvements. Further, lagoon liners are capital intensive and must be planned in context with available funding and financing. This necessitates the need for phasing and long periods of implementation. It also should be considered in the context of other alternative projects. If projects are available that offer more environmental benefit and greater economic return at less cost with more financing and funding options, dairies and the regional board should be allowed to prioritize those efforts. Failure to consider very real-world economic considerations will have severe consequences. It will put California at an even larger economic disadvantage compared to other states. More dairies will close or relocate from California, taking their economic benefits with them. So here are the suggestions for addressing these concerns on the next slide. I'm going to go over proposed revisions and then a proposed alternative. Number 1, eliminate the mandatory 13267 orders for all dairies for pond depth estimates, and instead provide the Central Valley Water Board with the discretion to issue orders as they determine appropriate based on their expertise and knowledge. Second, eliminate mandatory 13267 orders for all dairies for demonstrations of no hydraulic continuity, and instead provide the Central Valley Water Board discretion to issue orders as they determine appropriate based on their expertise and knowledge. Third, extend the time for building new ponds or reconstructing ponds if there is hydraulic continuity, and instead remove specific timeframes and provide the Central Valley Water Board discretion based on a case-by-case circumstances. Fourth, eliminate seepage testing requirement, as no alternative is necessary because manure retention ponds with no hydraulic continuity are a very small percentage of loading, and eliminate the need for pond lining if it fails to meet the seepage rate of 0.9 millimeters per day. And again, as there's no alternative necessary because manure retention ponds with no hydraulic continuity are a very small percentage of the loading. And lastly, eliminate the direction for final requirements to include liners and instead defer to the CV Salt's MZIP process for future requirements. And with that, I will pass it on to Dr. McEwen.
All right, next slide, please. Thank you. Good morning, Chair and board members. Duncan McEwen with the RA Economics. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit and talk about economic market trends for the dairy industry and look at what the data tells us is going on more broadly. So I'll talk about trends, current market conditions, what we're seeing in the industry, and then other cost pressures that we're going to be dealing with for the dairy industry going forward. And I'll focus a bit on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA. Next slide, please. So I think these two figures summarize nicely what's been going on in the dairy industry in California over the last 10, 20 plus years. And that's continued attrition with dairies moving out of the state, and then consolidation into dairies that are that are able to make the investments and improve technology and management practices. So the figure on the left is showing the decrease in the number of dairies over time in the state, and that's been steadily declining, with the average number of cows per dairy increasing over that period. So attrition, dairies leaving the state, and consolidation, more cows per dairy. And if you look on the right side, you can see the total number of cows increasing, although that's been actually declining for about the last 16 years in the state, since 2010. And milk production has started to tail off with it, although it's been largely stable. So if you go to the next slide, what are driving these trends of consolidation and attrition? Well, it's the standard factors of supply and demand that affect the market for any commodity. And that depends on what consumers are demanding and purchasing on the demand side, and also on the supply side, what it costs to produce milk in California and other states and globally. And this figure is showing that in inflation-adjusted terms, the price of milk has been declining over the last several decades and has kind of been flat in recent years. And if you go to the next slide, on the supply side, input costs have been increasing in inflation-adjusted terms, and that's probably not surprising to anybody. We've all been hearing the news over the last handful of years with just general inflationary and pressure in the economy. And if you look at some of the key input costs to dairies, you can see some of the things that you'd expect. Like if you look at the alfalfa prices, we remember the 2014-15 drought, which also coincided with an uptick in the export market for alfalfa hay. And we saw prices of alfalfa hay increase. Those have stayed elevated and continue to increase. And then the other big input cost drivers are on the fuel side and imported feed side. And then what's not shown here is the data cuts off in Q2 of 2025 is the more recent uptick in fuel prices over the last several quarters in 2026. And if you go to the next slide, please. The other thing that's underlying these economic trends of consolidation and attrition in the dairy industry is differences across farm size. So we've heard some of the comments from the other panel members here, and the data supports those comments that it's more difficult, you're less profitable as a smaller farming operation. There's big economies of scale in dairy operations, and so larger dairies are able to operate at a better margin. The smaller dairies are more directly affected by cost pressures, including additional regulatory cost pressures. Next slide, please. So if we, just kind of keeping in mind the trends of consolidation and attrition, due to a bunch of different factors, then we want to just zero in for a second on specific cost pressures that the industry is facing today and will be dealing with over the next 15 years. And this isn't unique to dairy. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, as we're all aware, is affecting agricultural industries across the Central Valley and in the San Joaquin Valley in particular. What's on the slide here is the results of analysis that we did a couple of years ago. We're in the process of updating this as we get better information out of the groundwater sustainability plans. But the analysis showed that there are substantial economic impacts for dairy in particular as SGMA is going to be implemented. And if you look all the way to the right, you've got the green, yellow, and red map. The key issue is there's kind of winners and losers depending on surface water access across the San Joaquin Valley. And areas that are heavily groundwater dependent on the supply side, are dealing with some substantial shortage conditions as SGMA is going to be implemented, and that means more land coming out of production and dairies with it. And our analysis statewide was San Joaquin Valley wide, not including some of the dairies in the northern part of the Central Valley, was about a 10% reduction in herd size just due to SGMA implementation. What this didn't include and what we're looking at now is the additional cost of some of the recharge projects and other water supply projects that are being implemented. We were just looking at the shortage, as you reduce the amount of groundwater pumped, but there's an additional cost for some of those alternative supplies that are being implemented across the state. And if you go to the next slide, please.
Ask a quick question. When it comes to operations on the dairies and water use, what is the split ultimately? Water used for irrigation for the feed crops versus like herd management, flushing and giving water to cows? Do we kind of have a breakdown? Just
So I think that there's
wondering.
two things there. Just this is important for SGMA implementation because the effect on the area that you're growing for feed with the irrigation that you have available affects the area that you have to apply wastewater. So there's kind of a double impact, which I glossed over in talking about what the impacts of SGMA are. So that's an important additional cost. And then as far as a split of water use on the farm, I don't have that number off the top of my head if somebody else does on the panel.
Please.
I would just say that a large portion, by the great majority of water use is for irrigation. And it's important to note that the water that is used prior to that, a smaller amount for washing cows, washing barns, is then recycled and then used as irrigation water. So really the only losses there are the evaporation during storage. But, by far the water needs of a farm are to grow crops, a dairy farm.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you. Just since we have this slide up, and we're talking a lot about a lot of your comments are about how do we resolve this challenge with defining what's a existing dairy versus a consolidated facility or an expanded facility, and so I appreciate that it's challenging to work through that, and we'll continue to work on that. But when I'm seeing this in the head reduction projections and these areas that are challenged with SGMA, it leads me to think, well, would this cause an economic driver to relocate some of these herds to other areas, and thus we end up with new dairies or expanded facilities or what have you? So what's your, as you're doing this analysis and thinking about the economics and how markets work, would you see that likely to happen given the challenges with SGMA?
So I think there's two things, and you're right on the money, and that I'm gonna talk about this in a second here. There's two things that happen. There is some continued consolidation, and then there's cows and dairies that move out of state. And when we look at where investment in new processing facilities are and where some of the cows are moving, it is out of California as well. So it's both is the answer. All right, if we can go to the next slide, please. So, as dairies contract, and again, we're just focused on dairies. Obviously, there's other ag industry impacts in the San Joaquin Valley. Those economic losses in dollar terms aren't confined just to the dairy. It affects local communities. It affects other downstream businesses that supply inputs to the dairy, and it affects upstream businesses that are purchasing milk and in some cases processing that within the state from the dairies. And so this slide is showing you at a high level what the results of the SGMA impacts that we just looked at are in total dollar terms, statewide, and jobs. And so the total impact in the San Joaquin Valley is about 16,000 jobs. Those are full-time equivalent jobs. So, you know, a lot of seasonal labor in agriculture. So the number of people that are actually affected is greater than that. And it's about a $4 billion hit to the state just from SGMA implementation. When we look at the effects at the crops that are grown for feed, the cows, the milk, and the upstream and downstream industries. And if you go to the next slide, please. And this was, like I said, the question was timely. This shows where new investments in dairy processing facilities are in the U.S. And, you know, the data supports what we're seeing in California with some attrition. Some of those cows are moving out of state. That's partially due to higher costs and market conditions that we've been discussing here. And you can see, you know, statewide, most of that investment is in the Midwest, and it's not in California. It's not tax dollars and jobs that are coming into the state of California for these industries. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a quick question? It looks like, you know, the West largely at this point isn't seeing new investment, so not necessarily just a California issue. Wondering what's driving the lack of investment in other Western states at this point in dairies. Is it constraints on water, you know, the challenges on the Colorado, or kind of wondering what might be happening there?
Well, it's also looking at where the big dairy industries are in the West. I mean, there's you know, we have large in Idaho, California. I mean, we're not as big of an industry in some of the other Western states. So it's really more, the story is more the Midwest and, you know, and South, where investments in processing capacity have gone in. Yeah. And just to bring us back to, you know, so again, just looking at the data in the industry, there's consolidation, more larger dairies that are able to capitalize on economies of scale and deal with additional costs, including regulatory costs. Attrition is particularly with some of the smaller dairies that are more affected by those cost increases. That's within the state and those that are leaving the state. And then the other thing that happens as cows and dairies leave the state is that there's this effect of what we call policy leakage, where production is moving to states without as strong of environmental regulations and guidelines as California. And so we effectively export some of the emissions from our state to other areas in the US and globally for the dairy industry. So with that, thank you for your time.
And last slide, please. I'll just kind of sum everything up here. Thank you for your time today. Happy to answer any more questions you may have, but you know, we really want to maintain the Central Valley dairy community for all future generations in California. We think it's not just economically an important industry, but it is just important for the lifestyle and for jobs and our communities in the Central Valley. We do believe there are some opportunities to take the revised draft order and to streamline it and to make it more efficient and workable for all, not just the regulators, but for the dairies that are being regulated under the order as well. We do think it's important that we eliminate some of these excessive orders and processes that are built within it. Don't think we need 5 directives for 5 different 13267 orders to all dairies. Don't need 2 different interim and final WDRs. We also, obviously, one of the big issues we've talked about is this distinction, or, you know, between what is a new dairy and an existing dairy and how that gets applied. We just think it's important that we just apply the provisions equally across the dairy industry, that we start fresh, today, tomorrow, 6 months from now, getting a really good understanding of accurate herd size from the dairies as they currently are in operation. And we know that as Duncan has indicated, we are going to see a shrinking in the number of dairy facilities within the state. Means those cows are going to go somewhere. They're either going to go out of state, or because if we make it too hard and we have different varying requirements for if those cows are going to stay within the Central Valley to a more modern facility, it's like, well, I now have different timing requirements for these, then people may choose to go out of state instead of keeping the value and the investment here in California. So we would like to make sure we can have some equity and some to make those provisions easier and more workable. We do believe it's important to defer to the Central Valley Water Board's experience and expertise. They regulate the dairy industry. They do it all the time. They're out on dairies, and believe that they are well situated to do that, working with State Water Board and other stakeholders as well. We want to make sure we are regulating to comply with the nitrate water quality objective as all other industries are applied and regulated equally to the objective and not some arbitrary standard. We would like to ask, of course, that we remove the reference to margins of safety, the seepage testing requirements. While we understand they may be good intentions, they're impractical and really don't provide a lot of value ultimately in water quality protection and become difficult, and I think just really set us all up for a requirement that can't be implemented, and that just is not useful for all of us or any of us. We are also concerned that the order itself implies that all dairies should have their ponds lined at some point in the future, even those without hydraulic continuity. We don't believe that is economically feasible. We don't believe that that moves the needle towards nitrate for groundwater protection. And there are better ways in order to address the nitrate loading, and that's dealing with the croplands than focusing in on manure pond linings, even if they are, sometime in the future. And really, we're just looking for an order that balances the need to protect water quality along with maintaining the viability of our California dairy industry and doing it in a reasonable manner that we can all support. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation and the good faith engagement by the industry here on these issues, spending your own resources and funding here to help us better narrow in on where the nitrogen loading is happening most and how to be effective ultimately in our pursuit here. So just at the top, a lot of appreciation for the engagement. I have a few questions. I've jotted down a bit here. But I want to go to fellow board colleagues first, and then I'll play cleanup here as to what doesn't get asked necessarily. So looking to my colleagues if they have anything they'd like to start with. Board Member McGuire.
Sure, I'll do my best. That was a lot of input, but it's a very complex order because it's such a complex and challenging issue that we've all been wrestling with, and the Central Valley Regional Board has been wrestling with for decades now. So it's not lost on me that this has taken a long time just to get to this point. And so, we do need to find, I think, a path forward here. So I appreciate the time and the constructive feedback that you've been providing, and certainly I'll be looking at your detailed comments when those are here. And, for me, this has been, I've been on the board 7.5 years and been engaged on the dairy order process for almost that entire time, including through the ex parte discussions that we had several years ago. Mr. Giuletti, thank you for the tour of your facility. I've certainly learned a lot about dairies and all the good work that the dairy industry has been doing to advance, challenges with manure management and accelerating technological innovation there. And I really believe that you're doing everything you can to move forward. And so we all want to have a reasonable, implementable, and economically viable order and set of WDRs at the end of the day. So the question is, how do we get there from here? And I don't see us getting there without a good set of data in order to do that, right? So I appreciate your investment in a new data management system with CVD-MR. I'm going to get the acronyms wrong. You know what I mean. RMP, yeah, thank you. So I have a couple questions on kind of the data side, and then a little bit on the streamlining, and then a little on the ponds. So it's a lot, and I'm trying to synthesize this, but this is our opportunity to have a conversation here, so I'm going to take advantage of that. So when it comes to data, I think one of the questions that remains here is that we have the existing WDRs, and it's a little unclear where dairies are with compliance with the 1.4 A/R standard that's in the existing WDRs that we have today. So I think some of the 13267 orders, the way they're envisioned is to try and get a better sense for what's the baseline? Where are we starting from? Because how can we go forward from there without understanding where we are today? So one of my questions is, you seem concerned with some of the 13267 orders. Is there another way that you would propose that we get to the data that we need to make good informed decisions across the dairy industry? Or is that something you're still thinking through?
No, I mean, I think it's really already in process, right? Because the Modesto Management Zone order, the first one that was adopted, already has that 13267 order to require the completion of the data management system and the reporting by the dairies, and it would be applied industry-wide. So we don't believe that this order in its specific, what it currently is doing needs to address that, because we're already doing it as part of the CV Salt's implementation program for the management zone implementation program. And I believe the revised draft order even, references that. JP can, talk a little bit more about to the specifics, but we are envisioning a data management system that is up and running within, the next year. And that would be done, and it doesn't have to be directed here. It's already being directed through the management zone process. But do you want to add to that, JP?
I'd just say that the Modesto order requires, for example, a new irrigation and nitrogen management plan be submitted. So that's already part of the MRP there. We understand that that's a template for all the other orders that they will issue. So it seems to me like between the updated DMS, which will become the new reporting system, as well as this requirement for an irrigation and nitrogen management plan with annual report in on progress towards what's in that, the goals in that, essentially meet all the requirements that I think the state board, in my reading of it, was going for. So I think I guess I agree with Tess. These things are already rolling in place, and and that's what we recommended back in 2019, that we do a better job of accounting for the nitrogen that's on the farm and where it's going. This system will help us track that, and those reports will help the individual dairies track what they're doing, and the regulators track what the individual dairies are doing.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And certainly the last thing we want is to have redundant and duplicative reporting happening, and we're putting a lot on the regional board here to lead the way. So I will, at some point, hopefully we'll hear from Mr. Palupa. I see him sitting there at the back, but I would also like to hear from our staff too, in terms of how they've interpreted this requirement and how it might maybe be one and the same, or if we indeed are thinking there's multiple orders to address the same issue. This is the wrong animal, but it's a chicken or egg question that we're trying to answer here in terms of, is it the management zone implementation plans and CV salts broadly that's dictating the specifics versus this set of revised WDRs themselves? Acknowledging that they're kind of happening in parallel paths right now. And so I'm trying to clarify and where we can make sure that we're not setting up a redundant protocol.
Well, and I think, one of the, comments I made earlier on briefly is we do think that there needs to be a little bit of a better alignment in this revised draft order to the management zone implementation plans, right? Which, pretty much apply across the Central Valley, at least in the large dairy producing areas. In the management zone implementation plans, including the one that was just adopted, the first phase within the first 5 years was an absolutely, development of the data management system up and running, so that data is available not just for the Central Valley Water Board and the State Water Board, but we need it to implement the management zone implementation plans in all of the priority management zones, because we need to know what the dairy loading is along with the irrigated ag loading, along with the food processing and winery loading, so we can look at it collectively across the management zone and determine the reductions that need to be made across the board, not just specific for dairies, but for everybody within the management zone. That's already built in to all of the management zone implementation plans. So we agree completely that the data collection is a critical, fundamental component. As JP said, we said that in 2019. They're moving forward. It's always been a high priority. I just want to make sure that this order doesn't inadvertently suggest or could be interpreted to direct some new additional component that isn't already being addressed as part of implementation of the CV salts program. And, we can provide some written comments to make sure we think that it's reflective of that.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Kind of on the vein of what's achievable and feasible at this point. So let's say we get the data house in order. You've mentioned the kind of the whole farm balance concept and where you'd like to take the industry and move in that direction. I agree. I mean, I think that's a logical step that relies on solid data to inform what that looks like for each dairy. And all there was a slide that talked about all the different research, and you mentioned the worm beds and a bunch of really innovative, new technologies that a number of dairies are implementing now. So, I mean, as we're thinking about this land application challenge, do you, and the current state of the manure market, and as things are evolving here, I mean, do you think 1.4 is achievable? Because a lot of the concerns I'm hearing are, well, we haven't established the land application rate yet. That's to come down the road, but we have the 1.4 as it currently stands today. Are dairies at a point where we can achieve that as a starting point, or not?
I think we'll be able to answer that question a little better after we've collected more data through the data management system. The best information I have for you today is, the university studied how the dairy industry as a whole is doing at 1.4 on the 1.4 standard, and they estimate that we're probably at about 1.7 right now. So we're not there according to that, and that does jibe with information that we have. If the question is, do I think we can get to 1.4? I do. The question is, how long will it take? Where are we today? And how fast are we proceeding toward it? Which is why we need to really track that data very carefully and in each region, and be able to see when somebody installs a new technology, how does that change their loading, and on all of that information that we can use to inform, decision making both at the industry and government level, but also at the individual dairyman's level. One additional point I would make is we don't know that 1.4 would be protective of groundwater. So the ultimate limit may be different than 1.4. It may not be an AR ratio at all, right? So
Right.
we don't know what that is going to look like. I don't want to presuppose it, but that's, again, another point of having this data, is to see where we're at, see how it's changing over time, and proceed towards developing those targets.
Okay. Yeah. Appreciate that. Thank you. You talked a little bit about the margin of safety issue as it relates to the land application objective, and my understanding is that that wasn't really a change in the revised order. So I don't know if there's some confusion about that, and I'm kind of looking over at Mr. Wiles, but I'm hoping that we can get a little clarification just for everyone here, so we're understanding where that provision.
Yeah, so well, we definitely commented on it in the original. And this is our first opportunity to talk to you about any of the things within the order, whether it's been revised or not. So, so we did take the opportunity in order to talk about some of the key issues that we have not seen any revision to, that we had talked about in our previous comments that we think are problematic. But so even if it was not technically a change, although I think there was some red line, and I have my red line version back there, but it is an issue that we have tagged in our previous and continue forward as a concern.
Got it. That sound right?
Yeah, that's right. It was in the original order. What Ms. Dunham, I think, is referring to is we added some of the explanation for why we thought a margin of safety was appropriate. So the margin of safety was in there, but the explanation is new.
I think I may defer my further questions to other for a little bit later, because I think a lot of it, this goes to the sequencing and the process for developing the revised WDRs and what happens. A lot of this is going to come down to what's within the capacity and capability of the regional board to take on, what's within the capacity and capability of the dairy industry to take on, and as well as our own state board staff and those processes. So I think what I need to hear a little bit more discussion today, but I'm sure I'll have some follow-up thoughts and questions as we keep going. So I think I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Appreciate the questions and the dialogue here with folks. Board member Morgan.
Thank you, Chair. First, just wanted to thank, everyone for bringing this to today. It's been a long time coming, and, definitely a long and detailed order, as Ms. Gillespie had stated at the beginning. I believe she stated 104 pages. And so, just to, I guess to start, I think one piece that, staff can clarify later, I believe that, and maybe we need to look at the wording on it. Part of it was taking a look at where we're referring to state board staff leading some of the efforts. I believe part of that, and maybe maybe I have a misunderstanding, is really to take a look at resources and not to take away from the expertise of Region 5. Definitely, I believe that intent is there. I know that is what I want to have happen. And so want to make sure that is clear, that we do want to lean on Region 5. We do want their expertise. And really, I believe there was a nod at limited resources and wanting to make sure that we, state board, support the region and any efforts moving forward, and that we did not send back an order and say, hey, region, here you go, and you're now off on, I don't know, we're leaving you hanging out there. So want to make sure that we are being clear within the order of what the intent is and how we expect or anticipate it moving forward. So thank you for bringing that to our attention, that, any order that comes out needs to be clear in the intent, so that if we are not the ones that are sitting here or someone else is picking it up, everyone understands what it is meant to be. Also, thank you for Ms. Dunham of really keying in on the complexities of the implementation, and really looking at how can we streamline this and make it in order that, again, just resources on not only the water board side, but then also the dairy side, and looking at the implementation. How is this going to be implemented, and how can we be clear and on our expectations of the implementation, but then also how can we look at efficiencies in the implementation? And, so I do want to, look at, the 5. Thank you for counting those. I hadn't really realized there was 5, 13,267 orders. How can we perhaps, I believe there is an effort to be clear on what those expectations are, but there are times where we can, and perhaps this is one of those, we were overly clear on what those are, and just the timelines of efforts that are overlapping, where we have one effort that is moving forward and preceded this one is covering part of what we were looking at doing here. So where we can perhaps narrow those down, still be clear and concise with our language to gather the information that is needed. However, be more streamlined on that to where we're not looking at 5 separate 13,267s that go to everyone, but where we are making sure that we are being narrowed and focused, and we're getting the information from who we need to, when we need to, and making sure that we are feeding into a system that, thank you for starting off and, leading that effort to getting a system to where we can get the data that we need to have, because that is what's going to be key, is having the data that is needed to fill the gaps in the story. We know a lot of information, and that's what we are relying upon. We need that detail, and that's what you're looking at giving us, that detail, so that we can implement this WDR in a way to where we are actually achieving what we're setting out to do. And for me, that is what is key, is are we having a real water quality impact, and can we tell that we are having a water quality impact at the end of the day? And so that is going to, at the end of the day, that's going to be data. And so let's see here. The other piece I wanted to look at, the ponds. And this here is where I'm going back to my water quality experience with land discharge systems, and looking at the, making sure. So I get a couple of things here. We're hearing that, and I believe that this is, within the order, the impact that the ponds have versus the impact that the land discharge area has, so it has been, it has been shown that the land application area has more of an impact than the ponds. Not to say the ponds have zero. It's just there is less. Also, looking at the hydraulic continuity, obviously, I mean, that's an obvious impact to water quality. I think we can all agree, and that we should relocate a pond, we should line a pond, we should do what we need to do to stop that direct connection to groundwater. The other ponds, I think for me, that really comes down to what is that distance? What is occurring? Because it in my mind, there is it is not to be said that we're not going to be able to point to each one of those and say there is a impact, because for hundreds of years, there has been unlined ponds that there can be treatment that occurs within the soil, and with proper design and proper distance between the groundwater. Now, I don't know the design of all of these ponds. I don't know the distance between them all. I don't, there's a lot of unknowns here. So it really does come down to each pond individually and what is occurring with those, and having the correct information for each one of those to understand what needs to occur for each one of those situations. The land area, now, that's where we've learned that there is the most impact. So that's where, I really want to have a focus on how do we have the correct the correct procedures, the correct best practices, where we put the most time and energy in place to ensure that the discharge that is occurring there is done properly, and that we are learning what needs to occur. And so, that's want to make sure that we have a good focus there. There is a well laid out plan for that area. And, that's where we get into the new versus existing and making sure that there is clear for dairies. What is, we have a very clear, well laid out order that clearly lays out what are those operations and practices should be. Ms. Dunham, you did mention, perhaps one, versus having different where you kind of get lost in it. You have one, perhaps that's worth a conversation of what does that one look like, and to where there is one understandable path for compliance so that we can clearly understand what does a dairy need to comply with, and that we get to the correct application of the, I'm kind of I don't want to just call it a waste, because there is also a resource value within there. And so we get to the correct application so that we are having best practices, and we are no longer impacting a resource, a valuable resource, our groundwater supplies. And how can we get there and collect the data as quickly as possible so that we can change this trajectory? I cannot say that word. So that's where, I really want to, have these conversations, get this WDR streamlined. We can all understand what it says. We can have words that everyone knows what they are. The intent and meaning is there, and we can, so that we're not talking past each other, we understand, and we can really get to not having impacts to our groundwater as quickly as possible and collecting good data. So that's for now.
Thank you, board member, and thank you both. I really appreciate the points that have been made. Agree with them. I'll just say at a very broad level, for me, really interested in ensuring that we have an implementable order with an appropriate sense of urgency that gets the outcomes that we need soonest. And I think that is broadly where I think we can all have consensus around. And then there's a lot of detail in there. So I do look forward to the detailed comments to really understand, with the concepts that you've kind of laid out, what you might be proposing. I think importantly, it's not lost on me that yes, so much of this is really it at the start and as a really important foundation. And I think we should have the most urgency around the data ultimately that is underpinning our ability to actually know that we're meeting those outcomes, and know that the dairy order here exists in the landscape with CV salts. And to your point, Ms. Dunham, other regulatory programs, the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, and others that are meant to try to really more comprehensively wrap our arms around this challenge of nutrients and nutrient loading to groundwater in the Central Valley. So important that this order be calibrated, if you will, for those larger efforts. And importantly, not just within the regulatory space that the board is operating under, but other sister agencies like CARB, where there is a lot of investment and work going on in order to address the methane issues from dairies. And I think that, there's a nice nexus ultimately with a lot of the activities that are being taken under there, and can complement and help benefit and accelerate, I think, the work that we're doing on this side when it comes to nutrient management. So there are just a couple of quick questions I did have around ultimately lagoons. Mr. Carivella, you had said there's about 180 lagoons currently that are being lined, are being converted to digesters, and wondering what percentage that is of the total lagoons that we have in the Central Valley for dairies, and if we have a decent estimate as to how many lagoons we actually have that we're here talking about, at least on the lagoon management side for dairies.
We have about 700, or excuse me, we have about 950 dairies in the valley. Virtually all of them have lagoons. So the 180, you could subtract from that and assume the rest are earthen lagoons.
Yep, I appreciate that. And I guess wondering if there has been any desktop exercise to your suggestion that really just looks at what we know to be the groundwater levels around those various dairies and an estimate as to broadly how many we think might potentially have hydrologic connectivity, knowing that there's a lot of more detailed work that goes into analyzing a lagoon, but at least wondering if folks have just done a desktop analysis at this point, seeing where we know that there's high groundwater tables and, thus, a bit of a heat map basically as to where folks should be focusing in on. Do you know if any of those efforts have been undertaken?
Well, certainly a few years ago, the regional board started to look at that issue, and they issued a number of orders to dairies in Merced County. So that seems to be an area that has a number of dairies where the water table is suspected to be rather high. And we were told at the time that they would probably look at a couple of other areas, again, based on, I think it's generally quite publicly available information about where the water tables are. And I think that was the point in Paul's comments earlier is there's vast areas of the Central Valley where this just isn't going to be a problem. So it seems like not the best use of resources to issue an order and then have someone have to comply with it. I make the point too that, if you issue Tess talked about 13,267 orders. Just remember one of those 13,267 orders is really 950 orders, right? And 950 that now have to be tracked for compliance and that sort of thing. So if you know in advance that there's no need for that information because you've looked at the water tables at the staff level. And again, I believe the regional board has already been doing that in the past. They looked where they thought it would actually make sense based on fairly easily to obtain data and targeted their effort in that way. So I think that's really the suggestion that was made today is that continue that type of process if you're looking for high water tables.
Yeah, a more focused effort. I appreciate that, and do appreciate that the Modesto order seems to here now be, bringing us one on the data system side to a better system ultimately to be able to report and track that data. I guess my concern is, and I appreciate that the intent here and hearing the actual implementation here is one across the dairy sector, even though it is just the Modesto order that's been adopted. But it does leave me with concern, and I appreciate again that the industry is saying we're going to apply this to all of our dairies. They'll be reporting into it, and it's the model, and will be then how we develop some of these lines of information. I guess my concern is just the enforceability ultimately of that, and again tracking back to then the urgency of needing to really get this data in place sooner than not, so that we can ensure that we're navigating toward again the right outcomes that we're looking for. So, for what it's worth, that's.
If I could just briefly
Yeah,
respond
please.
to that, we have actually requested that the regional board issue an order to all dairies in the Central Valley when the system is ready, and say that's important. We don't want them to issue it before it's ready and they're happy with it, and it's past the correct, pressure testing that it is in fact the system that we want for reporting. But the intent is not to only use it in Modesto, but to use it in all Central Valley dairies, and then use that information to inform the debate about what any initial targets should be, to what final targets would eventually be, how dairies are performing today, so we have a good baseline and can kind of look at where people are across the curve and what's achievable. If some dairies are achieving a certain level of performance and others are lagging behind, well, the some dairies achieving it would suggest that it's achievable, right? So we can start to bring others up towards that. Very similar to the irrigated lens program approach, I think. But yeah, having that data and being able to track it is critical, and it has to be across the entire Central Valley. So we're very much wanting it to be enforced that you have to use that system and you have to turn in your annual reports through that system so that we can make those analyses.
And maybe I can just clarify, and if I gave the impression otherwise, I apologize. I don't think we've ever intended it to say that there shouldn't be the use of 13267 orders when they're appropriate and necessary, whether it's for all dairies or a portion of the dairies. I think what we're trying to convey is the way that the revised draft order has been drafted and put forward. It's very rigid and very specific and says, thou shalt issue within 90 days X, thou shalt issue within 2 years X, thou shalt issue within however many years X. And I think what we're saying is that, yes, there is a time and place for such orders. The data management, we have talked with many of you about the need that there will be a need for an order to make sure all dairies are reporting to the new system when it is up and running. But is it necessary for this state to specifically direct the time and when of that order? And I think that's what we're suggesting is there needs to be more flexibility for the Central Valley Board to do that at the point in time that it's appropriate when the data system is ready to go.
I appreciate that. And I think what I'm balancing again is that sense of urgency around this work and feeling that absent, these kind of harder timelines, especially on data like herd size and things that, should be more easily be developed here more comprehensively, starts to kind of drag on. And I guess my last question then will be just on that data system. What is the thought on timeline of when you think it would be ready and ready for then a broad order for implementation?
We're under contract with a developer and have been since December. And the project is supposed to be finished. And we have invested significant funds in this, and we absolutely want the project to be done on time and on budget. We're talking about, having it ready for use by March 31st. That's our target. If we miss that target, of next year, that's our target. If we miss it, we don't want to miss it by much because that just costs us money. Also, the dairies are already doing the work. I can't emphasize this enough to turn in this data. It's just not usable to us in the way we need it to be usable. So getting that system up in place will really eliminate the need of having 6 PhD students go through all of the annual reports to try to figure out what they all say. This is dark ages stuff. We need to be, this is California, Silicon Valley. We need to be able to handle our data, and that's our goal here. So
Here. I really appreciate that. I know, my time here on the board have been very focused on our data systems, how they support our decision making. And so really, and with the realignment study with the California Department of Food and Agriculture, a heavy emphasis there too when it comes to our other programs on the irrigated lands program. So I see this as just really critical and innovative and maybe not so innovative here in 2026, but really needed when it comes to leveraging and making sure that we're getting the outcomes we need. So, well, thank you. I know there will be a lot more still discussion yet, but I'll leave that there with my comments and just, again, a lot of appreciation for the investment, the work, and the leadership that I've certainly seen. I know these aren't easy issues, but they're just so critical to the future of our state, especially in a warming climate where, these nutrient inputs will only become more harmful ultimately to us. So thank you.
Thank you. And we too agree with the urgency, which is why we have not waited for the adoption of an order, right, and have moved forward. So
appreciate that.
I'd say March 31st, 2027 is just right around the corner.
It is. Well, and what we do have an opportunity, I know it's part of the spirit here, is to ensure whether it's requirements at CARB, whether it's the state board, whether it's at CDFA, it becomes a more central place by which we can all be better across our authorities and regulatory programs. So just much appreciation for that. All right. I think unless there's further from any of the board members, Board Member McGuire.
Chair, just for a clarification for this workshop, because this is indeed our first opportunity have a public conversation about this and possibly our only one before considering the revised order for adoption. So I just want to make sure at some point we can have staff come back
For sure.
and follow up with a little more discussion and hear their reaction if they're ready on some of these topics that we've just discussed.
I was definitely planning on doing that, board member, but want to hear from communities before we do so. So thank
Agreed.
you.
Yeah, just making sure that that's on the
Thank
schedule.
you for making sure. All right. With that, I'd like to transition to our environmental justice and communities panel. So thank you again. And as we do so, let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick, 10-ish minute break. We'll come back here at 11:25. Give time for folks to swap out. All right, everyone, it's 11:30. We can bring ourselves back. Appreciate the opportunity for a break. We'll now transition to our next panel. As we do, just for a note on kind of timing and planning, we'll go ahead and hear from this next panel, have some discussion. We'll also hear from Patrick Palupa from the Regional Board. We will then take a lunch and then come back and hear public comments. So folks that are hanging out for public comment, just for planning purposes here. With that, hand it over to the panel. Good to see you all. Really appreciate you being here.
Yeah, good to see you too. And we do have a community leader joining us on Zoom, so I just want to make sure that Michael Prado Sr. is ready to go. Okay, great. All right, well, good morning all. My name is Kelsey Hinton, and I'm the Policy Director for Community Water Center, where we're building a movement for community-driven water solutions in California. Today, we're here to share proposed revisions to ensure that the dairy order that's adopted in September is as protective of community health as possible for communities impacted by operations of dairies. Next slide, please. So we will kick off today's presentation in just a couple of minutes with hearing directly from a community leader, Sultana Community Service District Board President Michael Prado Sr., who's also a member of the Agua Coalition, which was the original petitioner on the first dairy order back from 2007. Then we will walk through the elements that we support and we're appreciated seeing, though we do think that some could be stronger. And finally, we will take time walking through elements that need further revision. Again, as always, we'll provide a lot more detail in our written comments. This is just the start of the discussion. Next slide, please. So today with me, as mentioned, we have Michael Prado Sr., who is a resident of Sultana and board president of his local water district. He will be joining us from Zoom, as you can see him on the screen. I am also joined by Jennifer Clary with Clean Water Action, Corinne Gibson with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and Nat Kane with Environmental Law Foundation. Next slide, please. So I chose to include this picture because I think it really helps to set the stage for the conversation we're about to have. This is some of our founding members of the Agua Coalition back in 2007, standing outside the Central Valley Regional Water Board, advocating for a stronger dairy order. It's now been 19 years since this initial advocacy took place. And while there's been a lot of good discussion that's happened over that time, we've also had a lot of serious health impacts that have continued unabated due to nitrate contamination in communities like those that the Agua members represent. I think it's also important for context around urgency that there are members in this photo like Senor Quevedo holding the orange sign, or Maria Elena Orozco holding the yellow sign, who have since passed away, not seeing regulations on dairies in their lifetime, despite the advocacy and importance of this. We have kids in this photo and kids in our communities who have gone their entire lifetime not being able to drink water out of their tap, thinking that bottled water is normal. I share all this just to underscore that it's really critical that we continue momentum on here. And I think you're going to hear that reflected in, a lot of comments shared around the need for firm deadlines, as you've mentioned, Chair Esquivel, and keeping this moving forward, but making sure that the ultimate order that's adopted is protective of community health. I also just wanted to share before passing to Michael Prado Sr. that he joins us from Tulare County. This is a county in the Central Valley that has more cows than people. You know that as soon as you drive down the 99 and you're in the county, you can smell it everywhere that you are. While that's an important part of the economy in this area, it also means that you have so many people that are impacted by the operations of these giant dairy farms every single day. So I think it's more than reasonable that we come to a agreement here of how can we make sure that dairies can continue to operate while we're being protective of those who are in their vicinity. That's just the reality of the Central Valley. It's critical that we're protecting human health at the same time that we're being mindful of dairy operations. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Michael Prado Sr. to share some of his priorities and remarks. Thanks, Michael.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, fellow Americans. And thank you, Kelsey, for the intro. My name, like she said, Michael Prado Sr. I am a member of the Agua Coalition. been since it was founded. And I've been an active member since then. And since this dairy order was put in, I'm amazed that it's 20 years ago, soon to be. This order was put in 2006. Since then, we've seen nitrate contamination rise in our communities, and members of the coalition, as Kelsey mentioned, passing away or becoming ill, as I am. Sultana CSD has approximately 10 mgls of nitrate in our drinking water. And we've worked on different projects in order to increase the sustainability of our system. However, well, let me say systems. We've taken in Munson, which was heavily contaminated, and nitrate. They were at 0.045. And so that's our systems. However, we need to begin reducing pollution from dairies as soon as possible. The state board says that it will take at least 8 years for the dairy order to be finalized. And 8 years just seems to be too long. We need to shorter timeline. A shorter timeline. What will happen to our drinking water and the improvements that we've made if we continue the dairy contamination? To pollute without a finalized order? Why? The state board has waited long enough, and we need an answer for how our drinking water, which is law, and it's the law, we will be protected from dairy's pollution now. It's what we anticipate to see before my dirt nap comes before me. And it's funny that I'm speaking on Central Valley here with the dairy issue. I was born in Bellflower, California, and Downey, and lived right next door to a dairy. Who would have ever thought that the dairies were going to follow me to the Central San Joaquin Valley? Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for joining us today. Next slide, please. So first, I do just want to walk through changes in the revised dairy order, which we do support, though we do think that some of these could be stronger, and we'll go into that in our written comments. So first, we appreciate the addition of the new phased approach for implementation. Second, we really appreciate the inclusion of clear timelines to make sure that we're moving forward toward achieving what we all hope to see, which is safe drinking water, in addition to operation of dairies in the valley. Third, we appreciate that the scope of the order now clearly includes all dairies, including those that have expanded since 2005 and those with digesters. And fourth, we appreciate the clear definitions between new, reconstructed, and existing ponds. Next slide, please. I will now be passing it over to my fellow colleagues to go through the elements needing further revision. So first, I'd like to pass it over to Corinne Gibson. Oh, to Jennifer Clary. Next slide, please.
Sorry, I put together the slide deck. So we were looking at, just to say, I'm superfluous here. I've got 2 brilliant attorneys, community members. So I'm here for the institutional memory. So I know you got tired of it yesterday, but I'm going to do it again. So percentages suck. So the 6%, only 6% of nitrate comes from wastewater ponds. Use percentages when you want to hide real numbers. I learned this when the Department of Public Health kept telling me that 95% of Californians had safe drinking water. And I did that math and I said, that means nearly 2 million people don't have safe drinking water. Is that acceptable? So one question is, you have a smaller footprint and you're adding 6% of the nitrate pollution from the dairy. So ponds are not irrelevant. We need to consider them. And so thinking about, but the other thing I think about is what is the capacity of the board to implement the program? And in my umpteen years working on the irrigated lands program, what I've seen is a lot of paper pushing and not a lot of results that actually result in reduced nitrogen. And so when I look at the requirements for ponds, they look like requirements to continue polluting. And that's not what I'm looking for investments in. I'm looking for investments in reducing nitrogen. And so my recommendation is that we institute a lining, an order to line all ponds. I agree. I was really interested in what everyone said, but unless you can show that you're not polluting the ponds or that you have a way to significantly reduce the nitrogen going into the ponds, it doesn't make a lot of sense to continue it. The other thing I'm looking at is the irrigated lands program. Again, I've been working on that since 2012, and I was so naive. They had this nice list of things they were going to do and all these plans and programs that they were going to institute, and they were all interconnected. So whenever one thing was postponed, everything else was postponed. So for a couple years, I kept updating my worksheets every year saying, okay, it's going out, but you know what? They haven't met any of those deadlines. So I really appreciate the board putting in actual timelines. And what I want to understand is that they're not interconnected, that you're not going to lose one timeline because one is missed, because one will always be missed, and that you guys actually can enforce it. So that's all for me. I think I pass it on to Corinne now, who has real comments to make.
Or maybe it's to Kelsey again. Next slide, please. So I want to speak a bit around what's noted as the alternative drinking supplies in the dairy order. And while we appreciate that it's called out that there need to be alternative water supplies provided to impacted communities, I think there are a couple of areas where we think there could be further clarification and this could be stronger. One, within the order, it's clear that if there is a dairy located within a management zone that's already required to provide interim long-term solutions, it is working toward that, ideally. But we do think it's important that we're requiring dairies as well in unprioritized CV salt subbasins to provide interim and long-term drinking water solutions as well. So I think part of that is expanding and clarifying that alternative drinking supplies means interim and long-term solutions for our communities so that we're not just stopping at well testing bottled water, but we're making sure that our communities get toward a sustainable long-term solution for safe water overall, as well as making sure, again, that dairies located in these unprioritized CV salt subbasins are on the same timeline as those located within management zones to provide these alternative drinking water supplies, both interim and long-term. Additionally, we have talked about this in a few places and continue to see this as a really important and effective policy to consider adopting, which is an in lieu contribution to the state board's Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. We have seen the progress made by CV salts in the Central Valley, and we believe and see it as being too slow. We're 5-6 years in, and we still have thousands of people who haven't had their wells tested or don't have access to interim drinking water supplies, and long-term solutions haven't been discussed. We know that the SAFER program is highly effective. You guys have taken the state from 1.2 million people with unsafe water to just under 600,000 in 6 years. We think that there's no need to continue creating an alternative drinking water solution program when we could just be contributing a fee into the State Water Board Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund that dischargers can contribute. And that way we can continue moving forward with safe and affordable drinking water solutions through the state. Again, just to reiterate, we know that the state board can prioritize targeted outreach and community engagement, utilize existing guidelines and requirements under SAFER, ensure program efficiency through alignment with existing programs and existing technical assistance providers, which I think is really key to consider when we're looking at long-term solutions in nitrate-impacted communities. And finally, that the state board through the SAFER program can ensure accountability, enforcement, and transparency. So again, that's why we will be providing in our written comments that we would like to see the option for dischargers, including dairies, of course, for this context, to provide an in lieu contribution to the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. I think at the end of the day, everything here in the dairy order, it's vital that we reduce nitrogen discharge loading, but at the same time, if that's all we do, we're still failing our communities. We have to get to a point where there's safe drinking water solutions in addition to not exacerbating the problem, and we think that these 2 points would help to move us toward that direction. Thank you. And now I will pass it to Corinne.
Yes, now it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Good morning, everyone. My name is Corinne Gibson. I'm a staff attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. We have been working on this dairy order process for at least the last 13 years. In our work, we work alongside disadvantaged communities, low-income communities, and communities of color who lack access to safe and affordable drinking water due to past and present discharges of nitrate into groundwater. So I'm first going to briefly discuss strengthening the regulation of crop application before discussing reinforcing the CVDRMP well monitoring plan. Next slide, please. So first, we appreciate the new requirement to include progressively more stringent interim numeric land application limits, although we do urge the board to accelerate these timelines, which my colleague will discuss in more detail later in this presentation, and we anticipate discussing in our written comments as well. We also agree with the requirement to report substantial and measurable progress by the midpoint of interim milestones. And the revisions in the dairy order include a commitment on footnote 197 to identify hotspots, ensure they're not created, developing measures to identify and characterize higher risk zones separately from the averaged area to ensure we avoid these hotspots, which, as we know, are localized areas of nitrate pollution. And we are requesting that the board clarify how this will be done. There was just this one brief footnote. We agree that hotspots need to be avoided, but request just more detail on how this could be done. And lastly, on this point, the state board should commit to closely overseeing the development of the revised dairy order, including reviewing all of the options proposed by the regional board to ensure the direction is followed. And we will provide more detail on this in our written comments. Next slide, please. So we also recommend reinforcing and slightly altering the CVDRMP well monitoring plan to ensure that dairies that are included in the network are still representative of groundwater quality, and possibly rotating the dairies that are in that network over time. So if we are not monitoring everywhere, then we need to figure out how we can enforce. This could include updating a representativeness evaluation. The last one was completed, I believe, nearly 13 years ago. I also recommend coordinating with other programs monitoring networks and requiring VADO zone monitoring. The state board must require the Central Valley Board to ensure accuracy and comprehensiveness of the representative well monitoring program. Representative monitoring is sufficient only if there is reasonable assurance that water quality conditions, soil type and quality, and management practices at the monitored dairies are the same as the non-monitored dairies. The current CVDRMP relies on data collected from 42 dairies out of approximately 950 dairies in the Central Valley, and thus does not represent the region as a whole, particularly if management practices are not the same at all dairies. If we're not going to monitor everywhere, the network should be reevaluated to ensure that the included dairies are still representative of nitrogen impacts to groundwater at the non-monitored sites at a programmatic level. We also suggest rotating the dairies in this network periodically. Because of the range of groundwater nitrate contamination and the potential for fields with significantly different water holding capacity or nitrate leaching, potential testing must be conducted and data made available for as many existing agricultural wells as possible. Although the state board has included the wells and other regulatory programs like SGMA, the ILRP, and CV salts to track nitrate levels in the Central Valley, we urge the state board to require that this data be included in the representative well monitoring program to comprehensively track nitrogen discharges. There's also been, so far today, a lot of discussion on the importance of data, and we completely agree. The CVDRMP gathers water quality data using monitoring wells. However, VADOS zone monitoring can also serve as a tool to better detect nitrogen discharges because VADOS zone monitoring can predict nitrogen leaching. The recently released expert panel report also acknowledges the importance of VADOS zone monitoring and recommends research that includes mapping and understanding denitrification dynamics in the VADOS zone, and states that one way we know how much, where, and when agricultural activities impact well water quality, either in generally or more specifically to individual landowners, is to do extensive monitoring along the pathway between the suspected source and the contaminated well, taking soil and VADOS zone measurements under the source, and installing monitoring wells between the source and the contaminated well. VADOS zone monitoring can therefore be used as an additional mechanism to better predict nitrate leaching and allow dairies to manage their practices better before water quality degradation occurs. We continue to urge the board to require that the Central Valley Board expand the CVDRMP to include VADOS zone monitoring at dairy operations. We suggest at least twice a year during wet and dry seasons to better detect those varying nitrate discharges and better inform management practices. And thank you. I will now be passing it on to my colleague, Nat.
Good morning, Chair Escabel, members of the board. My name is Nathaniel Kane, and I am the Executive Director of Environmental Law Foundation. Actually, next slide, if possible. And one more. One more, next slide. Yeah, there we go. So ELF has been involved in this dairy regulation process since at least 2007, when we participated in the litigation that ultimately resulted in a Court of Appeal opinion that invalidated those 2007 WDRs issued by the Central Valley Board. That 2007 order that was struck down was the first attempt at dairy order in the Central Valley. And because the revised version of that order is what we're actually talking about here on the petition, it's important to recognize that there has never been a dairy order governing this industry that has satisfied the courts and this board. And so this is really still our first attempt. And no one here disputes, and I appreciated in the industry presentation the sense of urgency there as well, but no one disputes that this industry is polluting and that we're gonna have to deal with this issue. So I'm focusing my comments this morning on the timelines in the revised order, specific timelines with quantifiable milestones that are no longer than reasonably necessary are required as a matter of law by the non-point source policy. And so to start, I just want to push back on some language in the order that states that we only need to look forwards to the processes going on in the future, and we need not look back at the previous 20 years. One of the concepts that appears in the science and is in the Central Coast Ag Order 4.0 findings, but it's just as applicable here, is that every year of delay on this issue leads to multiple additional years of restoration timeline. And that's because you need to count the years of delay, but then you need to count the additional time for the restoration for that delay, just to get you back to where you were at the beginning of the delay. So it's taken 13 years to develop this draft, and a lot of nitrogen has discharged during that time. And so we do need to account for that nitrogen and that impact to communities that has taken place during this process. All that said, I don't think anyone can reasonably deny that this draft is more specific on its timelines than the first draft, and we appreciate a lot of those changes. It has many fewer open-ended and undefined deadlines. I think it's a lot clearer about when some of these processes are supposed to start. We do think that some of these deadlines are still too long, as I'll discuss and as we'll expand on more in our written comments. But another thing I want to touch on is the fact that direction to the Central Valley Board is not the same thing as a deadline. Now, we do realize that there's reasons for providing directions and giving discretion to the Central Valley Board and to state board staff in taking on some of these tasks. Some of those reasons are CEQA related. But discretion leaves open the possibility for an open-ended process that never gets us to where we need to go. So I want to start thinking about suggesting a backstop for developing especially these interim limits and the interim WDRs. Because to me, that process is really where the rubber meets the road here. It's where we start putting numbers and timelines on reduction to start to make these initial early reductions in discharge. But this draft still gives the Central Valley Board quite a bit of discretion to develop the program. And we've seen these timelines slip. So we think both that we can go faster on developing those interim limits, and we certainly can't let them slip any farther. So I would consider establishing an expectation that if the Central Valley Board doesn't develop these interim WDRs with the interim limits within the 4 years contemplated, that the state board will consider on its own motion establishing some kind of whole farm balance requirement on the 8-year timeline that's discussed in the order. And I think that needs to be a backstop to incentivize the Central Valley Board to act and to incentivize industry to keep on working as hard as they are on moving this process forward. I think that this is discussed in the order that the ratio of cows to acres is a really good place to start here, potentially a credit for manure exported. We have that data. We generally know how many cows there are. We generally know how many acres are in play. We generally know how much manure a cow produces every year, and we generally know what crops can take up. So we can do a pretty good start on a metric based on those figures right now, I think. A few more points on timelines, and again, we're going to be more detailed in the written comments. I really appreciate the 6-month progress reports from the Central Valley Board to the State Board. I think that's a good rhythm to keep this moving. I would encourage the State Board to be proactive in taking up issues on its own motion and revising its direction here as appropriate. I would encourage the State Board to be open to petitions from the public if we feel like things are not working, to continue shepherding this process forward as much as possible. For on-farm well monitoring, most of the industry in irrigated lands has been doing on-farm well monitoring for quite a while. So I think that 2 years is certainly the longest reasonable to perform that task, and I think it could probably go quite a bit faster. And then on the new and expanded dairies issue, I recognize there's some awkwardness in the definitions. It's complex. I think this largely stems from the 20-year delay since the 2007 order. In some sense, the clock stopped in 2005. But in the real world, a lot has changed since then. A dairy established in 2005 or expanded in 2005, that dairy can buy a beer now. But there's never been regulatory coverage for those dairies. So the board needs to address a number of different scenarios, which I think it does. We'll refine our comments in written form on that. But I think it's important to at least address all those different scenarios. I really appreciated the discussion of consolidations and relocations, because I think it's true that where the intensity of the impact dramatically increases, that should be treated as a new dairy. And when there is a new dairy, I think that those expansions or establishments of new dairies were done at a certain amount of regulatory risk, because since 2012 especially, it's been recognized that a new and stronger order is coming, and that there should have been an expectation that those new dairies are going to have to, at some point, no longer cause or contribute to this nitrate problem. I think that for expansions, I agree that there's complexity with dealing with the new part of the herd differently from the old part of the herd. I think that if there's a significant expansion, I think the whole herd should be treated as a new dairy, because again, you have an increasing intensity of the impact and concomitant water quality impacts from the increased intensity of that impact. And my last substantive point is that I'm very uncomfortable about the seeming retroactive approval of the informal enrollment process that's discussed in this order. I think that this was legally irregular when it occurred. It's something that I really, really, absolutely do not want to see replicated in other regional boards and in other programs across the state. And that's something, again, we'll address more in our written comments. Lastly, I really appreciate staff's immense amount of work on this order. And I really appreciate the board's consideration of our comments. And we're looking forward to expanding more in our written comments. And thank you very much.
All right. Really appreciate just want to double check there was nothing further, Ms. Hinton.
We can, next slide, please. But I think that said it well. Thank you for your time. Thank you for, we do see we see progress in this interim dairy order draft, but we do think that there's still areas where we can be stronger. And again, just really want to enforce continuing to work closely with you and the Central Valley Regional Board to make sure we're protecting community health. But thank you for your time.
Thank you incredibly for your technical expertise, your advocacy here of communities. The word always that obviously comes to mind as we do our job up here is the balance that we're called to do. And we can't do that if we don't have participation and voices, and especially from communities most impacted here at the table for us to be able to do that balancing. So just off the top, a lot of appreciation. I have a couple of questions, but we'll first, again, look to my board colleagues to see if they have any comments. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Want to thank each of you for your comments today. And Ms. Clary, your comments are always relevant and appreciated. Just the, I completely agree with the, timelines not being all interconnected, really needing to have parallel timelines when we can. There's certain things that we talked about, needing the database before data can go in. That obviously is, it needs to go in sequence. But where we can, having timelines where we're moving in parallel and keeping things going. I believe that, we have heard a lot about urgency today and needing to move forward. And, definitely agree with that, and making sure that the WDR is enforceable. That's where I stand on clear, concise language, making sure we're being clear. We're to the point where when someone enforcement, which I used to actually work in enforcement, that person can pick it up and understand what the permit writer meant and can enforce it the way that it is intended. So making sure that language is clear to someone who is not on the team today, that's not involved right now. That's going to be someone completely different, probably not following along right now and hearing these discussions. Is going to pick it up and making sure that it is enforced the way that we are all intending it to be. And then just looking, and Mr. Kane, appreciated your comments regarding, whole farm balance. And, really did like the analogy there of just making sure we're looking at the whole farm and making sure we have a balance there within our, the nitrate application, what's happening, because that really plays into quite a bit there. And that goes into the, I believe also just how we are treating, for me, it gets into some of the complications of the new expanded and where you kind of land, and making sure that, so you could have an expanded where it's the next door dairy, and there's so many different scenarios where it's the next door, but you're taking over, it's the whole entire acreage now. And so it's not concentrated. You could have expanded where all the cows are. So there's so many nuances, and making sure that we're being clear of how that is, and we are having, I don't have the answer right now, but want to, hear from staff and work it through. But that's some of what I believe I was hearing earlier, was making sure it's clear and concise of how that would be implemented, so that, in my mind, goes to what your whole farm balance, and we're being clear of what the expectation is across the board. And there's not this, I don't want to say limbo, but this confusion of what exactly are you complying with? And so I really do appreciate that comment. It helped give me some wording to put towards that, and some clarity of how to express what at least my mind is thinking of, towards ensuring that as we are moving forward, we are, again, having clear, concise language to where we can communicate where we are going and how this permit is to be implemented. And once we've reached this final the adoption of it that is long overdue here. So just see here, I think, in as far as shorter timelines, I think that, overall, I believe that a lot of that can occur just in which I do want to hear from staff and Mr. Palupa, just, on the multiple 13267s. I think there can be some efficiency found in how we write that language. I agree with perhaps writing it to sending 13267s to all farms may not be the way. If they can do a desktop analysis, they can look at something to achieve some efficiencies and who they send the information to. If they already have it, they have it. If they don't, then they need the information. If we achieve some efficiencies, we can then speed up the timeline because we're not sending out requests for information that is not needed. And then doing phone calls and going back and forth and working through that. Staff can be working on getting the information that they do need and making sure that we can keep going. So looking for some of those efficiencies within the permit. And also, I believe it was also brought up of the possibility of can we not just do one WDR, but not do two, but do one where everything is put into that one. Again, another efficiency to get us to that final date sooner rather than later. So do want to look at some efficiencies to keep us moving and where we're not by no one's fault or by no one's intention in the limbo stage again, waiting to perhaps move from an interim to a final WDR or something else, or to get something else in place. So want to look for some efficiencies to keep us moving forward as quickly as possible. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. I'll go to Board Member Blumenfeld.
Thanks, Chair. I really appreciate all the presentations from the dairy folks and now community. I guess this is also going to tee up our third speaker from the regional board. I'd love to get a sense from the speakers that just went. We heard from the dairies that really this is a Central Valley Regional Board issue, and our board, the Water Resources Control Board, should play kind of, in all cases, a secondary role. How do you think about that balancing between what we should be doing and what the regional board should be doing? It'd be great to get your ideas and comments on that.
Well, if we thought the regional board was going to accomplish what we think needs to be accomplished, we wouldn't have petitioned this order twice. So I think we feel that the board needs some direction from the state board and potentially some resources.
I was looking for kind of more specifics in that because there's a lot of the order is directional. What we heard is that some of that direction is too specific and should be discretionary. There's work and research that the state board is doing. I'd love to just understand on a finer scale kind of how you're thinking about the division of labor, given that this is a huge implementation lift.
This is Nat Kane again. I think the state board has shown a lot of leadership here, and being willing to come out and say that this is a industry that needs a pretty substantial amount of change. And it's been willing in this order to put forth a commitment of significant staff resources as well to developing some of these limits and developing some of the science. And I think that's absolutely necessary to move this forward. I think that the state board's leadership on this is incredibly important, and I think their resources are really important. And I think that it's, with no fault to the Central Valley Board, I think it's something that the state board needs to continue to be heavily involved with and heavily invested in order to move it forward.
Thanks.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, I appreciate the panel. Thank you for being here and your presentations and sharing your thoughts. And I'll look forward to your detailed comments as well. And I share with you the goal of achieving the human right to water and ensuring communities have safe drinking water. And we do have a long way to go still. Made progress, but still a long way to go. So I'm here with you to keep working on that and achieving that goal. And I think the contributions of the dairy industry's work in that space is very important. That's why I feel the same sense of urgency with moving this order forward. I think we've talked about a lot, so I really just wanted to emphasize one topic here based on your comments. There are a lot of good comments, but and that's the role of the CVDRMP. I think I got that right this time. In all this, you had some thoughts about rotating dairies that are monitoring in the program, Vadose monitoring, other aspects and specifics of how this program could work and could continue to contribute meaningful data to help inform the progress dairies are making in achieving their requirements. So that's just an area I wanted to flag. It's not a question for you right now. It's just an area to flag that getting some better clarity in terms of how regional board orders, 13267 orders, data requirements, and the WDRs kind of nest and can coordinate with the CVD-RMP program and making sure we've got that right balance. I think there's a lot to be offered and said in terms of having the industry contribute. They're already investing in the data system and making a lot of progress there. But we need to make sure it's the right data being provided to answer the questions that are being asked, at the end of the day. And so I'm not 100% clear that that's all synergized and want to make sure we're getting a better understanding there.
Thank you, board member. Thank you, board members. Really appreciate everyone's comments here. I'm in agreement. Maybe circling back to a point board member Morgan made, just wondering if you have any thoughts around how to streamline or make less complex, if you will, the 5 different information orders and their timelines, and if there is, maybe an opportunity to collapse it a bit or be creative. I know board member Morgan brought up, and I know the industry did as well, the potential for more focused information orders as opposed to the entire industry. And wondering if there's any thoughts from you all off the top as to maybe how to accomplish that, maybe in common, again, seeing a need to be implementable, be efficient, and get to the heart of the data that we really need, maybe rest on other data sources that we already have, just to, again, ensure that we're being effective, but then ultimately more focused on the outcomes without being duplicative amongst it. So not sure if you all kind of saw anything within there or have any thoughts as to kind of how to bridge, maybe what is some I wouldn't say consensus, but certainly way at viewing the requests so as to get what we need. I don't know if there's anything specific you all might have thoughts on now. If not, it's okay. Glad to maybe see that incorporated in some of the written comments.
Yeah, I don't think I have anything specific on that right now. I think it's a really good question. I mean, I think streamlining reporting hopefully will make things move faster, and that's what we want. But there is some really important information that needs to be collected here at the same time. So I think we'll refine that in our written comments.
I appreciate that, and thank you. When it comes to the suggestion about not just being forward-looking in this order, but potentially kind of looking back, I appreciate the thought. To me, it again going to the heart of implementability and getting to the outcomes. Find that it might make more complex, essentially, this discussion that we're having if we're kind of looking back at a point in time and then applying these regulations and looking back, the cost and then the fairness. Although I appreciate your point, Mr. Kane, when it comes to, folks have known that the board was coming down with more stringent things, or may or not have, but, in industry generally should have. But absent that, wondering how you would see that practically being implemented, I guess, insofar as kind of a look back. Would you tie it to 2013, I guess, when, the last regional board WDR came out, or what sort of time frame? Yeah, just kind of looking at, thoughts of how to make that implementable if it were something that we were to think about.
think that's another good question. I think that, I mean, for me, I'm reacting to the language in the order that to me seemed to further push off this idea of compliance, into the future. And, I think we're open to thinking about different ways to get this industry into compliance on a timeline that's as fast as practical. And, I think the different scenarios for new and consolidated dairies, like I said, they're complex. We're still working through them. But it's. I think the question is, how do we move the whole industry where we need to go? And I think we'll think about that for our written comments.
I appreciate that.
And I'll just say that I think it's unconscionable the length of time that this order is taken, and saying in the order, let's forget the past, just really pissed me off. So I said I wasn't going to be angry on this panel. Sorry.
It's okay to have emotions.
But here's the thing. You can't forget when you're looking forward at compliance that dairies have had a gift of 20 years. And I appreciate the work they've done and the research they're doing, the fact they're creating a whole farm balance. I think that's great. But both the boards have been delinquent in their efforts. And we really expect you to make up for it by enforcing timelines, providing resources, and actually doing things that reduce nitrogen. And I wasn't supposed to do that, but if you keep asking questions.
No,
eventually.
I appreciate it, Ms. Clary. That's why we're here. And it's okay to have frustration and have emotion here around it. And as I said at the top, really appreciate the patience from everyone as we've gotten this out. I know the reality is it's taken time. And figuring out how best to move forward from there. So I appreciate those honest thoughts and consideration here. I think lastly, I just wanted to say, the in lieu contribution to SAFER, I appreciate the suggestion. It's one, again, when we think of CV salts as a broader program, I continue to circle back on, when the Safe and Affordable Fund was negotiated and first even proposed, there was a fertilizer tax. That's not likely to be the case right now, especially given the high cost, I know, synthetic fertilizers. But how we figure out, we structure the investment on the drinking water side from agriculture writ large, whether that's irrigated lands or dairy, I think is really important so that we start to really get the economies of scale, if you will, with the efforts that the board is under, and not overburden the industry to basically try to redevelop the expertise that has been developed at the board with many partners here, both community and industry. So to my mind, I think it is a healthy and important conversation that we have as to how to be most efficacious with what are limited dollars on a big problem. And so I appreciated the recommendation there. And then lastly, the identification of hotspots. I think that ties back to even some of the discussion we had with the industry here as to how to focus our efforts on where we get the most productive outcomes. And here, identifying where there are those places where the average of 1.7, it sounds like that the industry is at right now, is an average. And so we know that there are folks that are a lot higher than that, and even potentially lower. And so I think that's where, the averages are helpful, but we know that there can be hotspots, better identifying those, better using readily available data that lets us understand those as well, so that we're not just burdening the industry to tell us, but we're being smart about what we have. Sounds like a common space that both you as advocates and the industry are kind of helping to point us toward and want to go. So just wanted to put some emphasis on that discussion there. I think that's about it, unless anything else came to mind from my fellow board colleagues in the discussion. We can let you all off the hook for now and really look forward to the written comments. And thank you for the just awesome engagement and productivity of our discussions and work. So really appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Well, that wraps up our second panel and brings us to a couple of points. I'd first like to, before we go to Patrick Palupa, the Executive Officer for the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, like to go to Phil Wiles. I think Mr. Wiles, you wanted to make a point right after break, but I spaced on it, and so we're back to you.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Just wanted to point out on the record that there's already been some discussion about the Modesto Management Zone Implementation Plan and the Regional Board's approval of that. Wanted to let everybody know that it's fine to continue to speak about it in this proceeding. This proceeding's recorded and public. But we have received a petition on that Regional Board action to approve the Management Zone Implementation Plan. And so we do have some ex parte restrictions that would apply outside of this proceeding. We can move this proceeding into the record if the board does decide to take up that petition. So again, it's fine to talk about it here, but just wanted to let people understand the status of that, and other communications outside of this would be subject to our ex parte restrictions. Thank you.
Really appreciate that, and for communicating that nuance. Always a complicated landscape trying to remember what it is we can and can't talk to folks about on the outside here, but really important. So thank you. Really appreciate that, Mr. Wiles. I'd like to hear now from Mr. Palupa. Good to see you here.
Mike is live. Well, thank you, everybody. I've been at the board for almost 20 years now. And so I landed at the board right when the dairy order was being adopted in 2007. So that was kind of my initial foray into it. Phil, he hired me, sent me right out to the Central Valley Water Board for the easy stuff, right? The stuff that could get concluded in a reasonable amount of time. Here we are, still talking about that 2007 order. I do want to say, kind of as an initial matter, the goals and values expressed in this revised remand order reflect closer alignment between the state and the Central Valley Water Board than at any point in time in my nearly 20-year career here. We share the core objectives: protecting groundwater, sustaining public health, and improving manure management at these facilities, especially where nitrate contamination is affecting drinking water. And frankly, I hate to be up here criticizing this order. You know, it is not a criticism of the staff that have worked diligently on it. It is more in terms of where the regional board is and the challenges that we will have implementing this order as written. I think a lot of it centers on the prescriptive elements of the 13267 orders, the multiple orders that we're required to adopt in short succession. And again, it's frustrating to be here because I truly, truly believe that we have the same goals and frankly have a large alignment with the environmental justice community as well, as they talk about what they are working towards and what their vision is of a dairy industry years in the future. I think the unfortunate thing is that this draft was developed through a process where our team, many of whom have spent their entire careers evaluating ponds, inspecting dairies, responding to complaints, filing administrative actions, participating in DA prosecutions, etc., they've been prevented from having anything to do with the drafting of this order, and it shows. As our teams read this order, we read statements of policy and conclusions of law that we can wholeheartedly endorse right next to implementation provisions that are impractical at best and nearly impossible to implement at worst. With the best intention, this draft order requires the regional board to use its limited resources on errands that will divert critical attention from the most pressing water quality concerns presented by dairies currently operating in the Central Valley. But before discussing those, I also want to talk about some of the language in this order. My team and the board, you know, we see pointed out in multiple places in the draft order that says, for example, the regional board is, quote, continuing to allow the dairy industry to apply manure to dairy croplands at rates that exceed groundwater quality impacts, and that discharges, quote, cannot continue unabated, unquote, before acknowledging that the dairy industry needs to transition to modern and sustainable manure management practices. My team absolutely embraces that call for transition, but it is inconsistent, that language is inconsistent with the years of work that we've undertaken and the incredibly difficult decisions that we've asked our board to make. You have career staff at the regional board who have brought hundreds of underperforming dairies and made them close. Hundreds of liners have been installed, about 175 or more. Dozens of enforcement cases have imposed penalties, corrected water quality impacts, and where needed, pushed non-compliant operations out of existence. These actions were undertaken by our engineers and geologists over 2 decades, often at substantial technical and legal effort, and it weighs on you heavily. Some of my initial actions after that 2007 order were adopted were as a legal staffer who went into settlement meetings with folks who did not sign up for that 2007 order. We had crying grandmothers put the keys to their dairy on the table. We can't comply. I'm sorry, we're out of business. We're bankrupt. This will do it. This is the final blow. Staff have been doing that and wading into these facilities for 20 some years. I again, in defense of their professional work, I don't want to say in this order that we're continuing to allow this to continue unabated. They're trying their hardest. We only have 10 staff in this program, and they work every single day to try and address the most pressing water quality impacts within this program. Going into some of the cases where it's really, really difficult to see how implementation will be feasible as written, I'm going to start with the pond requirements. First, hydrologic connectivity. The order requires that within 90 days, we issue 13267 orders for each dairy to submit good faith estimates of the depth to the lowest point of each pond's containment feature and pair these with groundwater elevation estimates that we develop internally. Within 1 year, we're to begin prioritized 13267 orders requiring a licensed professional engineer or geologist demonstrate lack of hydraulic continuity, or if not demonstrable, submit and build a Tier 1, Tier 2, or revised design. When I started as executive officer, this is kind of a personal anecdote, and I was getting briefed about the dairy program, I learned about these ponds that were hydraulically connected to groundwater. It was perhaps naivete that I said, we have to do something about this, and we have to do something about this in short order. One of my very first initiatives, I believe it's in the administrative record before you, was the issuance of well-researched 71 orders to ponds within Madera County to address potential hydrologic continuity. We had 2 staff that were dedicated nearly full-time to doing that for 2 years, and it didn't work. We got about 6 ponds to where they needed to be. Some other facilities closed. And I think the gross miscalculation that I made, I'm putting this on myself when we started that project, was not understanding that some of these facilities, if the wrong numbers came back to the regional board, the business, the farms that their grandparents, their great-grandparents had been working on would essentially be forced to close. The estimate that it would just be a few hours of back and forth time, an easy geologic estimate about the depth of that pond, those numbers held immense consequence for those businesses and those facilities. So as you saw, they pulled out all the stops to fight those regional board orders, to employ the engineers that they needed to employ to try and have additional justification. Our teams engaged in extensive back and forth with those teams. We didn't have the resources to do a full hearings, multiple hearings for cleanup and abatement orders to get those ponds to close. And ultimately, it was a failed effort. We paused it at the time. This order was kind of hopefully, again, several years ago, we hoped that we would have some resolution of those issues in this draft order. But the idea that we would just repeat that effort at a larger scale, I think is truly impractical for the teams that we have. And again, I get it, percentage. It is a problem. It is absolutely a gross problem. You look at a pond, you drain out the wastewater, and it's floating in groundwater. Any discharge of waste material going into that pond is a direct discharge into a source of drinking water. That's a big deal. And again, that was my kind of initial reaction when I first got briefed on this. But the idea that we could do it with limited resources, that you can't kind of fully staff up to engage in this huge effort without an army behind you, I think is a little foolish. And again, didn't appear to me that way when I engaged in that effort, but it's something we learned along the way. I'll also add that we have done that benchtop exercise. We have taken a look at how many ponds would qualify. There's about 3,400, 3,500 maybe less, maybe more, ponds within the Central Valley. I think it's about 300 to 400 of those would be within close proximity to groundwater. Even that load, you're talking about multiple teams, lots of coordination with the Office of Enforcement to get those ponds dealt with in a way that is effective. And generally speaking, those are smaller dairies. They're in the northern part of our region where groundwater is relatively shallow. And those are facilities that are single pond facilities. Some of the older ponds, they will close down permanently. They cannot manage to take that pond offline and then spend $500,000 to $1 million to line it. Also, when you line it, you also have to expand it. So you have to have new CEQA documents, not just at the regional board level, but usually at the county level. Your conditional use permit needs to be changed. It's a cascade of issues that would largely force these facilities out of business. Maybe that needs to happen. I'm not saying that it doesn't, but the resource contribution that would be needed to effectuate those parts of the order is incredible. And I just want to kind of impress upon you on that. The other component is the seepage tests. That popped up. Again, almost all ponds would be subject to those seepage tests, except for those ponds that were completed in groundwater. So you take the 3,400 ponds, you subtract about 300, 400 of those. You're talking about 1,000 facilities undergoing a seepage test every year. They're supposed to be done every 3 years, 3,000 ponds every year. Now, I think the big thing to note that even with that seepage test requirement, it does not mean that they're going to be compliant with the water quality objective. The seepage requirement is an NCRS standard that is meant to resolve whether that pond has a risk of collapse, whether there will be erosion occurring beneath that pond, whether you're going to see that pond fail because water somehow is draining through a preferential pathway at the bottom of the pond, doing something unusual that would cause that pond to fail. And so, again, even your order, it acknowledges it has nothing to do with water quality. But we are engaged in this effort, again, to kind of forestall some pond liner requirements that could, in many cases, eliminate those dairies as a viable business. That's a hard pill to swallow. Again, 1,000 of these done per year, the evaluation of 1,000 of those, and then the follow-up, the compliance. We don't issue orders that we don't plan on enforcing. And that is an incredible workload for our team. And again, it doesn't have anything to do with water quality protection. It's just a mechanism that was pulled off the shelf to try and figure out a way to have a pond requirement, an interim pond requirement, while we go towards the requirement that these ponds be lined. And ultimately, I know the dairy industry may disagree with me on this, but I do think at the end of the day, if you really want to comply with water quality objectives, the ponds do have to be lined. And that means that we probably should update the pond liner requirements in Title 27, the regulations that actually apply to pond liners. Have a conversation there that's not constrained by a petition ex parte rules. It's an open conversation. We engage with the regulatory teams at the State Water Board, other agencies that are familiar with this, and adopt a pond liner requirement. Set a time schedule in which to do it. You have a business rule that's out there, and then you try and figure out how to do that in a stepwise approach that's defensible. Going a little bit into the nutrient management components, one of the premises of the draft order is that more precise A/R measurements will fix some of the foundational problems in this order and will frankly provide a responsive metric for an interim order. Again, interim order, we agree with the dairy industry. You're talking about another CEQA document. And I've been through this a few times, right? CEQA documents are these types of orders. Irrigated lands, programmatic EIR, took about 5 or 6 years to do. Initially budgeted for about $1.4 million, wound up being about $1.6 million, and then challenged in court. We need to do that with the interim order that would need to be done in a few years. And then we need to do that over again after we get the nitrate standard that the state water boards developed. I don't know how that is feasible and how that can be done on the applicable timeline. The other
Can I ask on
component
that?
is, go ahead.
Just really quick, Mr. Plupa, is there an opportunity to tier off the previous CEQA document as opposed to kind of be a fresh CEQA, work? I guess
Absolutely.
ultimately find some
have to,
efficiencies. Yeah.
we wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel. But remember that the key part of that whole change is the change to a very different type of nutrient management approach on 94, 95% of the land application areas. That is the kicker. That will be the transformative element of this program. That's supposed to come after the interim order is adopted. It's hard to see how you could evaluate the effects of that thing while you've adopted the interim order and accurately tier off of every element of that CEQA document. And again, this is California, right? There are change conditions that happen with water management every year. An additional CEQA document would have to account for all of those, whether it's SGMA, whether it is a water quality management portfolio change, whether it's another drought, whether it's wildfires, PFAS, microplastics, you name it. All of those have to be evaluated in a different way. And so when you're doing this comprehensive general order twice, you run into the same CEQA problems twice. And usually you have to run through the gauntlet twice. That's just been my experience working through these issues on a number of different water quality programs in my career here at the board. I also want to point out that when the order says that we're supposed to develop more accurate metrics for the A/R accounting, we did that for years before this order was adopted. That what you see in front of you is, and what is in the 2013 order, is something, whether it was kind of trial and error with TKN, trial and error with plant tissue standards. We've adopted standards for plant tissue sampling, irrigation efficiency metrics, others, manure management, how you sample manure. That was an extensive effort that kicked off after SB 390 was adopted and the waivers started to sunset in 1999. We had a team at the regional board that frankly, one of the first things I did there was work with that team to establish those standards. And so the thought that we could do that quickly and accurately within a year of issuing that order, I just don't see how it's done. And I think it's a logical fallacy that we often see of mistaking precision for accuracy. There's something wrong with how we are accounting for that nitrogen, and it's not necessarily resolved by more accurate procedural metrics on the front end. They will still have error bars that are too large to rectify with the existing regulatory program and too large to rectify with an interim program and then a final program. Again, and then the questions came up and again, I've been writing most of this stuff on the fly in the back there. I'll put it more bluntly with JP. I don't think very many facilities at all will be able to comply with the 1.4 metric that's going to be established in the interim order, right? So all of a sudden you will have nearly all of the 900 or 1,000 dairies immediately out of compliance as of the issuance of that interim order in 2030. There is no incentive at that point for any of those facilities to participate in the CV Salts project. There's no incentive for them to participate in a long-term nutrient management that's occurring at the basin scale. There's no incentive for them to provide incentives to work with the drinking water projects that are currently being undertaken by all of the management zones. You're out of compliance. You don't have a compliance pathway. And so I do want to stress that this has enormous ramifications for the program and really changes the whole dynamic of what we're trying to accomplish through CV Salts and overall in kind of irrigated ag program as a whole. It's also worth noting that the ponds associated with many wastewater treatment facilities, especially when they're percolation ponds, leak at far higher rates than the dairies. One more thing to note, and got a litany of things here. That 1.4 standard, there's about 40–50% of our irrigated land acreage that reports A/R numbers, positive A/R numbers, that doesn't meet that standard. So all of a sudden you're creating different standards for dairies versus the millions of acres, I think it's about 1.6 million acres is reporting those numbers, that doesn't also fall within that 1.4 A/R standard. It's hard to rectify with the structure that we've come up with, this formula that's being tossed about as the interim standard. And again, this is the new component. This is the new component in this order that we could have talked with you about if we had engagement between our teams and the state board's teams, again, if it was something other than a petition process. I want to kind of segue from that into what's happening with the CV Salts project, because I think the question comes up over and over again. Aren't you developing the data information to ultimately have a strategy for this? And we are. We've had a number of failed efforts within the dairy program. Again, this has been in operation for about 26 years now. Kicked off right after the legislature provided us with some resources after SB 390 was adopted in 1999. got some research dollars, got some positions. I still have some positions on staff that are associated with SB 390. We tried some of these metrics that you're talking about right now, and they didn't work. And so what we've rested upon is the very complex modeling effort that we're doing through CV salts. And again, millions of dollars and over a decade of time has been invested in that. We have now targets and values that have gone through peer review. That's an arduous process in and of itself. Millions of dollars have been spent at industry. Thousands and thousands of staff hours have been spent on that endeavor as well. The thought that the state board's going to recreate something different and distinct from that when we are just kicking off the CV Salts management zone endeavor that's designed to rectify these exact issues is really tough for the regional board to swallow. I don't think it's manageable. I don't think it's something that can be done in an even time frame. And frankly, I think it's at odds with our overall endeavor to get drinking water problems rectified in these affected communities as quickly as possible. You know, I mention again and again, I don't want to be up here talking about this. I wish this was a process where we could actively engage with the state board team to talk about these issues ahead of time, but this is what we have, right? And so I have to bring these issues here to your consideration. I'll elaborate on them further as we get into our comment periods. But this is a really tough pill to swallow. I do want to say that we do have big technical limitations. And, you know, I think one area where it's come up a couple times, one area where we absolutely could integrate with the state board is kind of figuring out the data management system. You know, dairies are working on something, but on our back end, it's ugly. It's probably the most cluttered garage that we have. There's about 5, 6, 7 different systems that we house this information: CWIX, GeoTracker, R Drive, CDs, papers. It's a mess. And we've never had the staff time to dedicate to really resolving those particular issues. It's kind of top on my wish list for this program after we kind of deal with this petition, figure out what our united path forward is. I do want to conclude by saying that I absolutely believe, I earnestly believe, I've spent my entire career here, that the state board and the regional board, we can do great things, and we have done great things. But every time that we do those great things, it is when the state board and the regional board work across the regions, offices, and divisions to come up with a unified strategy that is built upon the expertise of everyone in this organization. The folks that are day in, day out, grabbing the trucks from my bullpen, going out, inspecting dairy facilities, monitoring wastewater, things like that, along with the technical experts that you have on staff that are trying to craft a larger policy strategy for the state to take with respect to the dairy industry. Again, none of my comments here are meant to in any way tarnish the fact that your staff have spent a ton of time working on this and with the best of intentions. I just want to deliver some of the lived experience that we have at the region with implementing similar requirements or chasing down some of the dead ends as our program has evolved over the last 26 years. And that's it for me. I'm certainly open to questions.
Much appreciation, Mr. Palupa. Appreciate those perspectives and your experience here with all the work. I don't have any questions off the bat, but really will take into consideration your words, your expertise, and your opinions here. Looking to fellow board colleagues in case they do. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you for your comments and just being here and sharing your frustration. I understand. I hear you. I have been very concerned with the amount of time I think we all have that's taken to get through this process since the petitions were filed and we got here. So just as you're thinking through your comments, believe me, I wish we could have more open conversations about this. But as you're thinking through your comments and the resource challenges and what's feasible and implementable from the perspective of your staffing, in terms of priorities and how to move this dairy order forward, please, offer practical suggestions.
I would say it was our effort in the comments that we submitted in 2024 to do just that, right? to say that scope down these requirements. Let's get this hurdle over with as quickly as possible. Heck, my comments in 2013 were dismiss the petition. We'll take our lumps. We had a board order ready to go for the dairies in 2016. It looks a lot like the bovine order and addresses, frankly, a lot of the issues that you have in front of this order right now. But we were at a stalemate, a standstill. We didn't want to invest $2 million. We talked to the state board. Do you want to invest $2 million in a CEQA document to work with this order? Well, not while there's a petition pending. You know, it's been over a decade since we had that order drafted, ready to go. And now we're here, you know, and we've been at a stalemate. Nothing's happened. The other thing, and I just kind of want to say that the thing that's happened between 2013 and now, it's kind of talked about a little bit in the order about how starting in 2013, the regional board informally enrolled some facilities that submitted reports of waste discharge. And apparently that's supposed to be one of the dividing lines between dairies that are subject to new requirements and old requirements. And man, there are so many different flavors of informal approvals, of CEQA documents, of reports of waste discharge that were submitted. In 2018, when we started actually actively opposing CEQA documents that had come in. Again, I was at the dairy conference. They let me hear about it in a big way over the years, about how they wanted to do something new and innovative. And I said, look, we don't have the staff to adopt an individual waste discharge requirements for you. We're waiting on the petition to develop, and you can't start discharging under that provision in the water code that allows you to do what your report of waste discharge said you were going to do. Because we have the benefit of the 2019 summary monitoring report that says that virtually every single aspect of every single dairy is contributing to nitrate problems within the Central Valley, right? So you can't say with a plausible straightforward that, oh, you can do that under 13264 because there's no threat of pollution. There's a threat of pollution. It's documented. It's out there, you know? And so, again, saying that there's informally enrolled, formally enrolled, there's dozens of other species in there. There's ones that we have opposed through the CEQA process. There's ones that were inappropriately accounted for at the county level. There was green lights given by other state agencies by accident. There was ones that went into the digester program that came into others. Others switched into a dairy from a goat dairy. Saying that there's a black and white line there, it's just not the case. And again, it has to do with the records management and the fact that we really haven't had a clear direction on how to implement this order from the state board since that 2013 adoption and petition, you know? And so again, I wish it was clear. I wish it was clean cut. I actually wish there was some way to go back in time instead of black and white line about here's where you're in, here's where you're out. So much has happened with the dairy industry in that past 13 years. You mentioned about kind of Sigma and what it's doing and what the dynamics are. I think, again, you already know, but one of the underappreciated aspects of a dairy is that you need a ton of water separate and apart from the lagoon, right? You need to grow the corn, you need to grow the alfalfa, whatever kind of forage crop you're doing, and that needs a ton of water. They're also situated generally on very sandy soils. That's kind of conducive to the type of waste management strategy that they have at their facilities. And so as you see droughts come and go, as you see Sigma kind of starting to tighten on groundwater withdrawals, dairies are probably one of the most vulnerable industries for that. It's probably one of the biggest reasons that we've seen dairies come out of commission is you look at the wastewater pond, folks are like, you got plenty of water there, just put on the crops. Of course, you'd burn the crops right away if you irrigated that with that water. You need a ton of extra water. So when your water gets curtailed, when your water gets cut back, when you have less water under Sigma, it really is changing the dynamics of that industry. So that's had a huge effect since 2013 about kind of how dairies have operated, the factors driving consolidation and things like that. So again, unfortunately, there's no black and white line. I wish there was. I would suggest that, you know, as we look towards it, we probably set a line of just, hey, what's happening right now? You know, what are the facilities looking like right now, as opposed to dedicating a lot of staff time to unwinding all the different species of dairies that we see out there and the different regulatory approvals that were given or not given over the past decade plus.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you again. Before we go to lunch here, out of respect, I see Denise Kadara, board member of the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board on the platform. So want to provide an opportunity to go to Ms. Kadara before we break for lunch. I did give her a text
Yes.
just to, hi,
Yeah.
board
Good
member,
afternoon.
good to see you.
Good afternoon. It's
Afternoon.
been an interesting workshop, interesting morning and discussion, and I don't really have any comments, but I've taken it all in from the industry to the environmental justice group. I appreciate all of the comments that have been made. I think that if there's anything to share is that the work that's going to come back to the regional board is going to affect staffing and us being able to implement a lot of the programming. Um, as we've all said and know, this is historical. It's been a century of this, and we have a long ways to go to address the problems. But I think all of us are at the table. Everybody is kind of made a decision on some of the areas where they can focus. The cost is there, but also the problem of people and their public health is there, and that's not going to change. So we have to find the balance. I've heard that word a couple of times in the discussion of how we address these issues and make sure that we're protecting public health. We're protecting the community, and that the work that's being done from the industry to our staff to all of us, that there is progress being made, that we move not only expeditiously, but move forward with efficiency, and that we are clearly at the end of the timelines that we are all before us to address, that we show at the end that the progress is being made to help address the concerns that the residents on the call talking about. No one wants to have contaminated drinking water. We want it to be safe, and that's a state requirement. And so that's the discussion we're having today of how we can make sure we can address that and see some progress. So I'm hopeful. We're all here, and that's a good sign. So let's move forward and let some timelines show the delivery of the work that's being produced to serve the public good. Thank you.
Thank you incredibly, Board Member Kadara, for your service here on the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Your leadership and your voice, it really is appreciated. So thank you. Thank you for being here with us and being part of the discussion. All right, let us go ahead and give ourselves a lunch here. And what we'll do after lunch is hear from our public commenters. As we go to lunch, if there's anything, I guess board members want to quickly flag for staff that they can be working on or thinking about, so that as we come back and after we hear from commenters, can further reflect on. If you don't have anything right now, that's okay too. Again, we can always give that direction afterwards. And importantly, have a break after public comments in order for folks to gather their thoughts. But thought to, take advantage of the lunch break either way in case there's anything front of mind from any of the members that they want to make sure and highlight.
I think generally,
Blair.
I think generally it's just reflecting on the input that we've been hearing, which is a pretty consistent ask for opportunities to streamline, bring the resource burden down on the Central Valley Regional Board, and then kind of better clarifying this new versus existing dairy dynamic, and if there's ways that we can simplify that approach. So I'm interested in hearing staff's. I know I would anticipate you may need a little more time after today to think about some of those issues, but initial reactions and thoughts about where there's knobs that we can turn here, given where we're at in the process, because I really would like to kind of keep on track as much as we can. At the same time, this is a really big deal, and I want to make sure we're being thoughtful in the final order.
Appreciate that, board member, and echo those concerns and that desire too. So thank you. Board member Morgan.
Yes, I agree with Board Member McGuire, and just looking for, how can we streamline the requirements and the asks while keeping clear direction that keeps us moving forward clearly, but really being able to give the regional board some flexibility of being able to best use their resources to keep us moving forward.
Thank you, board members. All right, let's go ahead and let's get some nutrition in ourselves, and let's bring ourselves back here, let's say at 1:45, if that makes sense for folks. I know it's just a little under an hour. Like to just keep things moving. So thank you all. There's various restaurants and places to eat close by. Hopefully folks are able to quickly find some sustenance, and we'll bring ourselves back here at 1:45. Thank you, everyone, for the great discussion this morning. All right, everyone, it is 1:52. We can bring ourselves back. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We are now diving into our public comments as part of today's workshop, and I will be calling out names in order of the comment card as we receive them. And so I will, and for planning purposes, looks like there's about 13 individual commenters we have. So we have enough time. I won't limit folks other than the 5-minute default that we have, but if people can be brief, that helps too. First, then, I'd like to call up Angelica Rodriguez, be followed by Jake D'Alessandro, and then Lynn McBride. And these are all virtual commenters, I believe, at this point. Oh, great. Angelica, or Ms. Rodriguez, it sounds like you are unmuted, but if you're speaking, we can't hear you. What can sometimes happen is your microphone might be switched to some other random non-functioning type mic. If you click on the small caret next to the mute button where it says audio, you should be able to maybe select another microphone. Let's see.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the State Water Resources Control Board. My name is Angelica Rodriguez, and I'm a staff attorney with California Rural Legal Assistance, also known as CRLA. Through CRLA's Unincorporated Community Justice Program, we represent residents of disadvantaged unincorporated communities who face disproportionate environmental burdens, including nitrate contamination of their drinking water from dairy operations. Many of our clients are agricultural workers with limited English proficiency and limited access to healthcare, making them especially vulnerable to the impacts of contaminated groundwater. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the revised draft dairy order and all the time, effort, and careful consideration that has gone into developing it. Today, along with my colleague, Professor Jake D'Alessandro, who will be presenting later, I want to highlight data that demonstrates the disproportionate impact of nitrate contamination in Latino-Latina communities located near dairy operations and why and how these findings should inform the State Water Board's final dairy order. In the 2024 draft dairy order, the State Water Board argued that previously available data demonstrating that Latino, Latina, and low-income communities in the Central Valley disproportionately suffer from contaminated drinking water was outdated to show that a disparate impact exists. In the revised draft dairy order, the State Water Board acknowledges the seriousness of the studies cited during the 2024 public comment period and does not dispute that Latino-serving community water systems experience disproportionate impacts from groundwater contamination, but argues that the data does not demonstrate that the 2013 dairy general waste discharge requirements are discriminatory. The data tells a different story. The impacts of nitrate contamination are not spread across the Central Valley equally. Though the data originally presented by the petitioners predates the adoption of the 2013 dairy general waste discharge requirements, those findings remain highly relevant as more recent data, along with those submitted in the 2024 public comment period, demonstrate that Latina communities continue to experience a disproportionate exposure to nitrate contaminated drinking water due to their proximity to dairies, enough to show a discriminatory, disparate impact. Statistical evidence collected through 2025 by geospatial scientists like Professor Jake D'Alessandro from Santa Clara University indicate that areas with higher percentages of population identifying as Latino-Latina have been disproportionately impacted by nitrate contaminated water. Among census tracts located near concentrated animal feeding operations and lacking access to public water systems, the average nitrate concentration is 6.7, below the 10 milligrams per liter MCL. Neighborhoods with less than 50% Latino-Latina residents have an average nitrate concentration of 5.01 milligrams per liter, even further below the 10 milligrams per liter MCL. By contrast, neighborhoods that have more than 80% Latino-Latina residents have an average nitrate concentration of 11.27 milligrams per liter, exceeding the MCL, while communities that are more than 90% Latino-Latina average at 14.8 milligrams per liter, almost 1.5 times the MCL and over twice the average. These disparities are not simply historical, they persist today. The data demonstrates that Latina communities continue to bear a disproportionate burden of nitrate-contaminated drinking water, supporting the need for the State Water Board to carefully reconsider its conclusion regarding the disparate impacts of existing and proposed policies for regulating dairy waste discharges on Central Valley Latina communities. Taken together with the findings that will be presented by my colleague, this evidence demonstrates that stronger groundwater protections are needed and additional revisions must be made to the dairy order. We urge the State Water Board to consider adopting the recommendations offered today by the EJ Coalition panel. We also recommend to expand well coverage, improve transparency and public access to groundwater information, establish meaningful enforcement for inaccurate reporting, and adopt quantifiable milestones that measure quick, real progress towards protecting groundwater, not simply administrative deadlines. We appreciate the changes that the State Water Board is already making and recommend these changes to protect Central Valley families that rely on groundwater. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for yours and advocacy and information and data here, Ms. Rodriguez. Really appreciate the work and your comments. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jake D'Alessandro, be followed by Lynn McBride, and then Kyle Betteria.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Dairy Order. I would like to thank Angelica Rodriguez for those awesome comments, and also my other environmental justice colleagues at Community Water Center, Environmental Law Foundation, and Leadership Council. Next slide, please. We have found through the geospatial analysis that Angelica alluded to 5 key takeaways, and it starts with the locations of confined animal facilities and the locations throughout the San Joaquin Valley of high nitrate concentrations in groundwater are spatially correlated. In fact, domestic well users that live within 2 miles of one of these confined animal facilities, better known as dairies or bovine facilities, have a twice as high likelihood of having their well water test above the maximum safe level of 10 milligrams per liter. Additionally, if you're inside of a census tract or what we think of as a neighborhood that has one of these CAFs or dairies, 20% of your domestic wells are testing at the unsafe level. If you compare this to a neighborhood where there is an absence or no animal feeding operations, this is 2.3% of wells. And this isn't just part of the year. This is something that's consistent year round, where months January through December, though much more highly elevated in May, June, and July, domestic well concentrations are testing above the MCL if you're within 2 miles of one of these animal feeding operations. And if you're further than 2 miles away, which means less spatial adjacency, the levels are testing at below the safe level, which is 10 milligrams per liter. Next slide, please. There was a lot of mention of the CV Salts Priority 1 basin of the Modesto region. Here in a map, you can see the Modesto, Turlock, and Merced CV Salts Priority 1 basins. I want to call your attention to the western portions of these basins, particularly near the city of Modesto, as well as Turlock, California. This area has a high density of concentrated animal feeding operations, or dairies, and everything that you see here in red are parts of the aquifer that are testing unsafe for nitrate levels. And this data was gathered from the GAMMA database, as well as the additional well testing for domestic wells that has been done through the CV Salts process, either through the Valley Water Collaborative or through the SAFER program. Next slide, please. So we talked about the spatial proximity and how you're twice as likely to have unsafe drinking water if you live within 2 miles of a dairy. And now we'll look at the presence of a dairy inside of your neighborhood. The odds of having unsafe levels in your drinking water, if you're in one of these neighborhoods that has the presence of a CAFO or a dairy, are 9.4 times as likely to exceed the MCL than if you live in one of these neighborhoods that do not have a dairy nearby or another confined animal feeding operation. Next slide, please. And then speaking about how things trend throughout the entire year, you can see that this is an issue that persists annually, independent of the growing season, independent of the weather, independent of really any other extenuating factors. For all domestic wells throughout the San Joaquin Valley, they're testing at or very close or even above the safe limit January through December, with the highest readings being in May, June, and July for all domestic wells that are within 2 miles of one of these dairy operations. The bar chart shown in blue are all these domestic wells that are not within 2 miles of a dairy operation. And you can see here that all of the throughout the year are testing in the safe zone. Next slide, please. Finally, I want to call another group of attention to another group of colleagues of mine from the Stanford Law School. Robertson in February 2026 released additional data reporting issues when it comes to dairy analysis. They pointed out that dairies frequently underreport manure production, fail to report how much waste they apply to crops, typically report significant over-application if they do report, and they frequently underreport wastewater discharges or fail to report at all. We would like to really encourage the state water board and the regional boards to begin enforcing these reporting limits and take our comments into account as we go towards the end of this draft dairy order procedure. Thank you very much for your time.
And thank you for yours, Dr. DeSalinandro. Really appreciate the work, the synthesis of some data, and the engagement here in the discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Lynn McBride, be followed by Kyle Perea, and then Matthew Razor.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn McBride. I'm the Executive Director of the California Dairy Campaign, a grassroots organization of dairy farmers that began more than 30 years ago. Based in Turlock, California, California Dairy Campaign is a member of the organization Dairy Cares and supports the comments made by Dairy Cares here today. Our members are part of the Central Valley Dairy Representative Monitoring Program and support the comments made by CVDRMP and the dairy panel. This revised draft order comes at a very difficult time for California dairy farmers. Milk prices have been unpredictable and low. The latest California mailbox or net price reported by the United States Department of Agriculture was $15 per hundredweight in January and $16 in February, while the average cost exceeds $19 per hundredweight. Dairy farmer revenue this year has fallen by more than half compared to just a few years ago. The potential additional cost of the Dairy General Order will accelerate the closure and consolidation of dairy farms across the state. The map from the International Dairy Foods Association shown earlier illustrates how $13 billion in dairy processing investment is happening outside of California, providing an important visual of what the future may hold for California dairy farming unless regulators work collaboratively with the dairy industry to meet evolving environmental goals. State funding for dairy manure management projects, including the Alternative Manure Management Program, Dairy Digester Research and Development Program, has been inconsistent and heavily oversubscribed. Dairy farmers want to improve their nutrient management practices, but because milk prices often fall below production costs, they need more resources to carry out these projects. California lenders are currently offering less favorable credit terms to dairy farmers than in previous cycles due to today's challenging economic conditions. This matters because the order assumes farmers can simply borrow their way to compliance within a short timeline. They can't, especially not in this credit environment, on top of California's inherently higher regulatory and labor costs compared to other states. Combined with SGMA-related fees, fines, and water availability cutbacks, it is critical that resources be made available to support manure management improvements. We support language in the draft revised order that considers dairy size, manure management practices, and other characteristics. Much work remains in research, testing new technologies, education, outreach, and developing financially sustainable solutions for each dairy operation. We strongly encourage the board to carefully consider the dairy panel's suggestions today to make this initiative more practical and successful. Two provisions in the revisions concern us most. First, the manure retention pond retrofit schedule is unrealistic. Engineering, permitting, and financing take time to coordinate. more time than this draft allows. Second, the mandatory seepage testing requirement for earthen lagoons is not practical. That testing service is currently not available at the scale required for this order, and even if it were, the cost would be prohibitive for most dairies. To clarify, the dairy farmers we represent who live and work on their farms are not asking to avoid these obligations. Improvements are already underway and more are on the way. However, a rule based on financing and margins that don't currently exist won't offer more environmental protection. It will reduce the number of California dairies. We are requesting that the board extend the pond retrofit timeline to align with actual financing conditions, remove or amend the seepage testing requirement to suit regional conditions until a practical testing market exists, and link any deadlines to real cost sharing and low interest financing proportional to the actual capital costs involved. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your expertise and voice here, Ms. McBride. Really appreciate your contributions to the discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Kyle Pereira, and then be followed by Matthew Razor, Ryan Flattery, and then Maddie Richards.
Good afternoon. This is Kyle Pereira. I'm a licensed civil engineer with Four Creeks here in Visalia, working predominantly in the ag sector, providing permitting, engineering, and construction consulting for landowners, dairy clients. Also the son of a family farm dairy operation out in Pixley, California, and really appreciate the collaboration from the board and the opportunity to listen in. We're very excited to see the draft order progress and excited to see it come to a resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Really appreciate your participation here. Next, I'd like to call up Matthew Razor, be followed by Ryan Flattery, Maddie Richards, and then Elise Landman. Looks like Mr. Razor's not on the platform, so next we'll go to Ryan Flattery. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ryan Flaherty. I'm with Sustainable Conservation. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Sustainable Conservation is an environmental nonprofit that believes reducing nitrate contamination in groundwater is both urgent and critical, especially for the many groundwater dependent communities in the Central Valley. This is why we have over 25 years experience testing and scaling solutions to reduce nitrate loading from dairies, including the vermifiltration system that has been mentioned several times today, as well as a first of its kind drip irrigation system that efficiently applies manure to nutrients to cropland. We also worked with Dr. Thomas Harder and Taryn Parsons to digitize and analyze the Central Valley Dairy Annual Report data for the regional board. So it's within this context and expertise that we provide our comments to this revised order. Our primary message today is this: make the necessary edits and improve the Dairy General Order remand as soon as possible. Doing so will provide the clarity and timelines for the regional board, the dairy industry, and stakeholders like us to do what we need to do to reduce dairy nitrate loading to drinking water. Wanted to share appreciation for some of the changes that have been made since we submitted our 24 comment letter. First, we appreciate the revised language clarifying that manure itself is not waste. It can actually be a very valuable fertilizer and soil amendment when used appropriately. And this clarification in the revised order is really important if we are to be successful in exporting the surplus manure and achieving whole farm balance. Second, we also appreciate the emphasis on prioritizing efforts where the risk of nitrogen loading is greatest, particularly over application of manure to cropland. And we appreciate the inclusion of an approach that pushes work forward even while we're waiting to approve the final Dairy General Order. And lastly, we appreciate the recognition that implementation of all this is going to require significant time and resources, and the state board's commitment to providing support for the regional board. So thank you for all that. We do have several concerns related to the revised order, particularly all centering around timelines and implementation. So as we talked about today, it's been 13 years since the 2013 petition. We're hopefully on the verge of an approved remand. And so in this context, that additional 8-year proposed timeline for the final dairy general order seems long, but we recognize it might be necessary given the work that's required. However, we do agree with some of the board member comments earlier and encourage staff to consider whether the same outcomes can be achieved with less process. This would reduce the risks of further delays and also hopefully free up some time and money to invest in addressing the nitrate loading issue itself. We are also concerned about the language in the revised dairy general order regarding water board timelines. For example, related to the critical step of developing groundwater loading limits and land application rates, the current draft order says State Board will, quote, strive towards its completion before 2032. And at this point in time, we feel we can't strive to complete critical steps on time. We really must complete them on time. So given the history of delays mentioned several times today, we ask that the board establish firm requirements for both the state and the regional boards to meet their timelines so that overall implementation stays on schedule. That leads me to another concern, which is the proposal for the state board staff, at least in our reading, to serve as lead on the development of the loading limits and land application rates. This is going to be a significant effort requiring diverse expertise and timely execution. And we're concerned that state board constraints around staff expertise and capacity could create additional and potentially substantial delays if they're implementing that. We're also concerned, as mentioned before, about compatibility with CV Salt's efforts and an undesired outcome of having two different approaches. So we ask the board ensure implementation is carried out not by state board staff, but by entities with the necessary expertise and capacity to meet the deadlines and ensure compatibility with CV Salt. And we ask that they edit the order to make that clear. And the last thing I'll say, just a comment about overall prioritization. We note that the revised order emphasizes focusing resources on the greatest sources of nitrate loading, yet some of the lagoon requirements and timelines appear inconsistent with that. We do not work on lagoons, so we will not be making specific comments on that. But we are concerned that those requirements could run the risk of incentivizing dairies and the water board to focus time and resources on a relatively small portion of the problem at the expense of making progress on the largest contributor to nitrate loading. So we ask the board take another look at those requirements with that in mind. With that, I just want to urge again the board to make edits and approve as soon as it makes sense. We hope that the final order ensures an efficient process all around accountability to meeting timelines and a focus on investments towards reducing the bulk of the problem, so that land application side of things. Thank you for your time, and we'll be submitting additional comments in writing. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Appreciate it. Look forward to those comments and really appreciate your engagement, Sustainable Conservation's technical expertise, but importantly, helping to articulate a positive vision on how we can be better managing manure and nutrients throughout the Central Valley, and much appreciation. I know that we'll have further discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Maddie Richards, be followed by Elise Landman, and then Michael Bocadora.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Maddie Richards, and I'm a staff attorney at California Coastkeeper Alliance. I first want to just express my support for all of the things that my colleagues at Clean Water Action and other organizations and community representatives have shared earlier in their panel presentation today, including, importantly, their discussion of the importance of firm timelines moving forward. And I just have a few additional comments today. Related to the anti-degradation policy, I appreciate the clarification of the baseline in the revised draft order and also the inclusion of the information that because the 2013 revision to the 2007 order did not include an appropriate anti-DEG analysis, that the appropriate baseline is that as of 1968. I also appreciate the State Board's addition of preliminary AB 2108 findings in the revised draft order, along with the direction for the regional board to continue engagement outreach and engagement efforts to make appropriate environmental justice, tribal impact, and racial equity findings in accordance with Water Code Section 13149.2 when it adopts the interim and final revised dairy WDRs. As board staff discussed today, the revised draft order also includes a discussion of regulatory coordination, including with groundwater sustainability agencies under SGMA, and recognizing that the regulatory requirements of SGMA differ from Port Cologne with respect to addressing degraded groundwater quality, including in SGMA's lack of a requirement that GSAs address impacts occurring before 2015. Coordinating with GSAs will be valuable to implementation of the dairy order, especially for making data collection more robust. Including SGMA data in the representative well monitoring program to monitor drinking water impacts is both a practical way to increase monitoring and is also supported by the language of SGMA itself, which requires agencies, including the water boards, to consider the statute's requirements and adopted GSPs when revising or adopting their orders. It would also help to ensure compliance with the non-point source policy element 4 by increasing the feedback mechanisms to determine whether the program is achieving its purpose. I would also like to add that the margin of safety language is necessary to help ensure that the loading limit is ultimately protective of groundwater quality. The revised draft order puts checks in place to ensure that the groundwater loading limit, including the margin, is sound by providing that both this limit and the land application rate formula be data-based and developed through the application of sound scientific principles. And I would like to add that the groundwater limit, including the margin of safety, would not be a new water quality objective, but instead would be a waste discharge requirement to ensure that that WQO is achieved. And finally, on the last page of the revised draft order, there's a directive for regional and state board staff to coordinate on the preparation and submittal of progress reports every 6 months following the adoption of the order. I think that providing this kind of regular check-in is incredibly important and would request that these reports be made easily publicly available on the board's websites so that members of the public can be assured that the boards are making progress and moving forward with urgency. Thank you so much for holding this workshop today, and we will include more detail in our written comments. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate those comments, Ms. Richards. Look forward to the written ones, and thank you for being here with us and being part of this discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Elise Landman, be followed by Michael Bocadoro, and then Daniela Legostav.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Elise Landman, and I am the legislative coordinator with Dairy Institute of California. Dairy Institute of California represents milk processors and dairy product manufacturers based in California. Our organization's goal is to support our members' ability to operate sustainably, innovate, and achieve efficiency within their companies as they provide the highest quality dairy products to domestic and international markets. And I appreciate the opportunity to comment today. While we appreciate the board's commitment to protecting water quality, we remain concerned that several provisions in the current draft are simply not workable within the proposed timelines. The long-term goals outlined in the order today may be achievable, but reaching them will require time, continued research, and significant financial investment. California dairies have already made substantial progress and continue to invest in new practices and technologies to improve environmental performance. At the same time, they are contributing to safe drinking water efforts through the nitrate management zones, even as the industry continues to face difficult economic conditions. Our concern is that, as currently written, the order could force many dairies out of business before they have a realistic opportunity to comply. We are particularly concerned about the schedule for retrofitting manure retention ponds. These are major infrastructure projects that require engineering, permitting, and financing. A more practical implementation schedule would allow producers to complete these improvements responsibly while maintaining viable operations. We also have concerns about the proposed seepage testing requirements for earthen lagoons. The testing is expected to be costly, the necessary services are not currently available at the scale needed, and in many cases, the testing methods are not practical for existing dairy facilities. We encourage the board to reconsider this requirement and work with the industry on more feasible alternatives. From the processor perspective, maintaining a stable and reliable California milk supply is essential. Our members have invested heavily in processing facilities, employees, and communities throughout the state. If dairy farms are forced to reduce production or close because compliance requirements cannot reasonably be met, processors will face reduced milk availability, making it more difficult to continue operating and investing in California. A strong processing sector depends on a strong dairy farming sector. We support continued progress toward improving water quality, but that progress must be achievable. Success will depend on continued research, proven technologies, education and outreach, and financing tools that allow producers to make meaningful improvements while remaining economically sustainable. We respectfully urge the board to carefully consider the recommendations that have been provided and revise the order to establish realistic timelines and practical compliance pathways that protect water quality and the long-term viability of California's dairy industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landman. Appreciate those comments and the engagement here in today's discussion. Next, I'd like to call Michael Bocadoro. And yes, thank you.
Chair Esquivel and members of the board, Michael Bocadoro. I'm going to keep this very brief today, and recognizing much has already been said. I want to thank each of the three of you for taking the time to work with the industry, visit Mr. Gioletti's farm, and learn about some of the important projects that we're putting in place to address these issues. No one in this room in any way underestimates the importance of getting drinking water to these communities that have contaminated water, which is why the industry has been fully active in efforts to provide replacement water and conduct the well testing we need to identify need for replacement water. Equally important, though, we have to get this decision right, because the economic realities for dairy farm families in California is also significant. And as you heard from Mr. Palupa earlier, there are some serious implementation issues with the revised order, and we need to take the time to make sure we get those revisions right so that this works for the communities and works for the industry going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bocadoro. Appreciate that. Appreciate your leadership in this space and helping the board come to a way that we can, again, do this expeditiously and also in a way that helps sustain dairies, family dairies here in the state. Next, I'd like to call up Daniela Legostav, be followed by Phoebe Seaton, then Denise Molinex.
Hi, thank you, Chair and members of the board. My name is Daniela Legostayev. I am a policy advocate for the California Farm Bureau. Farm Bureau is a non-governmental nonprofit organization representing more than 26,000 farming members, including over 20,000 small farms. Our mission is to protect and promote the interests of California agriculture while working to find practical solutions to the challenges facing agricultural businesses and rural communities. I'd like to acknowledge the significant effort that went into developing this report and the revised order. Farm Bureau recognizes the significant effort, and we appreciate the continued commitment to improving safe drinking water for communities throughout the Central Valley. I would like to highlight a couple of items in the revised order that are of concern to our members. First, with regard to the lagoons, we respectfully request that the revision would include additional guidance for producers on removing the excess manure and measuring the lagoon depths. Second, our members are concerned that the costs of implementing these new requirements could potentially force out some dairies to shut down. Because dairy products are one of California's leading agricultural exports, we encourage the revision to include estimated implementation costs as well as extension options for producers who are making a good faith effort to comply but may be unable to meet the established deadlines. Farm Bureau and I myself, we look forward to continued collaboration on this issue. Many of our members would welcome the opportunity to engage in dialogue and help identify a balanced approach that both supports the long-term viability of dairy operations and advances the California's environmental goals. We'll also be submitting a written comment. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Appreciate your comments. Look forward to those written ones. Ms. Legostayev, much appreciation. Next, I'd like to call up Phoebe Seaton, followed by Denise Molinex, and then Nathaniel Kane.
Thanks so much, Chair and Board. I'm almost tall enough. Next year, I'll be there. Phoebe Seaton with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. As someone who, like others here, has worked on this issue and this order for almost 2 decades, I'd like to reinforce the urgency the Community and Environmental Justice Panel raised to accelerate enforceable timelines and ensure that dairies are taking all measures to reduce groundwater pollution as quickly as practicable. I'd also like to thank CRLA for the presentation and data they shared, reinforcing what we all know, that Latino people bear the brunt of dairy pollution and that the burden is not shared among all of us. I am here primarily to raise some concerns from Defensores del Valle Central para el Agua y Aire Limpio, our client, on a variety of groundwater and dairy matters. Their members live throughout the San Joaquin Valley and confront the threat of nitrate pollution every day. They appreciate the board's language highlighting the importance of protecting drinking water sources and ask that the timeline for implementation and protective measures match the urgency of the situation. Defensores members have seen dairies around them increase substantially over time. While they appreciate the consideration that expanded herds be subject to more stringent rules, they, like the Environmental Justice Panel, recommend that expanded dairies overall, as a whole, are subject to more stringent standards. In fact, members of Defensores question whether dairies that are causing or contributing to pollution should be allowed to expand at all. Furthermore, Defensores urge this board to maintain as its North Star groundwater protection and safe drinking water in absolute terms, and under no circumstances should it tie those critical goals and the achievement thereof to the creation of markets for manure. Finally, and relatedly, we want to note that dairy digestion does not solve for pollution caused by land application of manure, and California must do better to address the impacts of dairies holistically. In accordance with the chair's comments earlier this morning, we urge this board to work collaboratively with the Air Resources Board to develop a comprehensive regulatory framework that addresses air and water quality and furthers our climate ambitions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Seaton. Really appreciate those comments and engagement, long engagement on this project. Next, I'd like to call up Denise Molinex, and I believe Nathaniel Kane will not need to speak, so that's fine. Ms. Molinex, you're our last commenter here.
All right, very good. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. First, just thank you for the opportunity to provide input this afternoon. So my name is Denise Molinex, and I wear 2 hats. I am the Executive Director for the California Dairy Research Foundation, or CDRF, and the Assistant Director for the California Dairy Quality Assurance Program, or CDQAP. CDRF's mission is to support a sustainable California dairy industry through research and scientific education programs. And CDQAP, as you might be aware, is California's unique industry academic regulatory partnership that supports environmental stewardship improvement through education. Both CDRF and CDQAP offices are located in Davis. I live, however, down with my family outside of Turlock in the heart of the Central Valley. I've worked in the California dairy industry for almost 30 years now in a variety of positions, providing research and educational support to California dairy producers and the associated allied industry. Importantly, I was part of the CDQAP team that led the outreach and education support compliance for the general order that was adopted back in 2007. I have substantial concerns about the current draft order. I'll not go into detail on any one of them, but just highlight a few that I think are especially problematic. The first one is the focus and the schedule for retrofitting ponds, despite the fact that your order recognizes that storage ponds are not the primary contributor to groundwater issues. As Mr. Palupa and others have pointed out, this will take resources, both the regional board's resources as well as the dairy producers, away from the land application areas and nutrient management. Secondly, there was a suggestion about the development and the use of a complicated groundwater loading limit and land application formula that would be developed by the State Water Board staff with minimal input that, as some have commented, will make facilities non-compliant right off the bat and really demotivate producers from wanting to improve. Finally, the suggestion that compliance timelines would differ by individual dairy facilities or groups of dairies based on, quote unquote, their ability to apply. So the second two of those, they are a nightmare to teach, let me just tell you. And the latter one, if the regional board actually implemented that would effectively penalize the good actors. So those that have already done the most would be required to do more faster than those that have done nothing, which just seems backwards. Shifting gears a little bit, as was already mentioned, the California dairy industry has been making steady progress on water quality. The industry has invested in research and outreach. Lots of work has been happening to continue to improve manure management. As JP Cataviela said, CDRF, my organization, has increased our investment in environmental solutions research over the last several years. We have been and are continuing to fund research in innovative manure management and irrigation practices, alternative forages, and new manure treatment technologies. We've been working with UC experts, those like Dr. Thomas Harder, Dr. Helen Dockey, Dr. Stephen Kafka, Dr. Deanne Meyer, Dr. Khaled Bali, and Nick Clark, seeking out solutions, and we will continue to do this into the future. We don't currently have, nor do we anticipate having a single silver bullet solution for all dairies that they can just go out and readily implement. Dairies will need to consider and adopt a number of practices and technologies over time, which means progress will happen over time. So we encourage you to go back and to make the important adjustments that are needed in this order to really make it workable for the industry. And I'll just close by saying that, CDQAP and CDRF, we do stand ready to work with the regional board staff, academia, and the industry to work to support the dairy industry in successfully meeting the water quality and objectives that we all want to see happen in the valley. But these requirements and the timelines, they need to be realistic. Thank you.
Thank you, incredibly. And thanks to all the commenters. Today's been a great day of discussion around a really critical issue, both for, again, the health of communities in the Valley and the health of the industry writ large, and just really appreciate the quality of the comments, the common outcomes that I think we all are trying to see. And I think the slow, coming together here of some consensus, if not still really strong differences of opinion on how aggressive we should be on our timelines and what is ultimately achievable throughout this work. So I just want to start with, again, a lot of thanks to everyone for today's discussion. I think first want to hear from Mr. Wiles, Ms. Gillespie, or Ms. St. Pierre. I know you all had a chance to huddle on some of the feedback that we had already been providing here as a board. Want to give you all an opportunity to reflect on what you've heard with us. I know for myself, we've talked about the importance of some urgency around this work of maintaining timelines that are realistic, and importantly, want to apply that to us as a state board here when it comes to desiring to get this to final adoption in mid-September, but also know that we need to balance it with getting it right but would like to ensure that we are able to quickly come back out here reflective of the discussions that we've had. I know we'll have further briefing, and importantly, we're all looking forward to your written comments to have more of the detail around some of the concepts and concerns that folks have communicated to us today, so that we can be further briefed internally and then really come to our best last conclusion here, and know that there is a lot still yet to do in implementation for as long as it's taken for us to get to this moment, to get here this petition just right. So yeah, I thought maybe we'll start here. Ms. Gillespie, if you're prepared, or Mr. Wiles, or anyone would like to go ahead and take a hand first.
Sure. Thank you very much, Chair Esquivel and board members. I will kick it off and then hand it over to Stacy for some of the specifics. But I'll start with what I think is really good news, which is that we're hearing a lot of general consensus about the need for urgency, the sort of the big picture about how we go about to where we need to go to protect the communities. And what I am hearing, though, is some fairly significant concerns about the details and the implementation regarding both timing, industry resources, staff resources. And so we will certainly be looking for some opportunities to do some streamlining. As you mentioned, the comment period closes July 30th. We will also be hoping that others will give us their suggestions for streamlining as well, that we can take into account. Before I hand it over to Stacy for some, both a couple of clarifications and a couple of specific ideas that we have for streamlining already, I did want to point out that the sort of, I'll acknowledge it's a fairly complicated distinction between what is a new dairy versus an existing dairy. And this may help the commenters understand where we're coming from when they submit their comments. But essentially what we're trying to do here is establish essentially an environmental baseline. And an environmental baseline that doesn't actually punish the good actors, the ones who, even though there were not waste discharge requirements available for them to be covered by at the time, did go ahead and follow the law and submitted a report of waste discharge prior to either commencing operations or prior to expanding their herd beyond the herd size that was authorized under the 2013 waste discharge requirements. So just that's what we're trying to accomplish. Again, it took us several pages to explain this, so have to acknowledge it's a little bit complicated. But one specific ask is for the Central Valley Board, when they submit their written comments, is we would really like to know whether at any point they directed either dairies that were proposing to expand or new dairies to not file a report of waste discharge. Because again, we want to reward those who were playing by the rules, and if they were told not to, then that would certainly change our calculus. So that's a specific ask just for the Central Valley Board. Of course, if others have information to share on that, would love to hear that as well, particularly from the industry folks. We also made a couple of other minor asks during the break to help us streamline just for some additional information, because we certainly don't want to duplicate things. We don't want to make people comply again if they've already done what we're asking them to do. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Gillespie for some specific clarifications and ideas. And again, hoping that the people who are listening can take these into account when they do submit their written comments.
Thank you, Mr. Wiles.
So yes, we've definitely heard some valid points today, and we look forward to receiving the written comments and evaluating them further. We believe at this juncture there may be some room for efficiencies and some further streamlining, and where we can do so, we certainly will make every effort to do so. But in the idea of what needs to be streamlined, I think some clarifications are in order to sort of walk through what's required, and there may be some misconceptions as to things that are required that are actually not required. So I have about 6 general areas I'd like to walk through. With respect to the concerns that the State Water Board is not deferring enough to the regional board's expertise. I want to just really frame the regulatory framework and the context that it is that a lot of discretion is given to the regional board. I'll remind us all that the 9 components, there are mandatory components that have to be included in the revised WDRs, but only 3 of them are mandatory. And that's the nitrogen discharge limit, the whole farm nitrogen accounting, and alternative water supplies. The remaining land application and pond components, they are not mandatory per se. Essentially, it's a performance standard for these different elements that the regional board is free to identify alternative methods. The goal being, let's make sure these various sources comply with the nitrogen discharge limit. Discretion is also given as to all of the interim milestones and the corresponding deadlines. And then with respect to the regulatory framework being unnecessary and cumbersome, that essentially you don't need 2 full-blown CEQA compliant WDRs, we agree with that. We do have a discussion in our order that talks about compliance with CEQA. And what it envisions, I think, is exactly what we've been hearing from various commenters today. It envisions the interim WDRs to be established. And those are going to include all of the interim land application rate requirements that are progressively protective. When you have those kinds of progressively protective limits and revised WDRs, you're doing the CEQA analysis. What is required then for the final WDRs is only the insertion of the groundwater loading limit and the final rate and the time and the compliance deadline. So we would anticipate that the evaluation, the CEQA evaluation for the interim revised WDRs would project out, a host of reasonable, foreseeable final rates that would probably have to be in place to not have to do it again. And the second WDRs would basically act as an update to the initial WDRs. We also heard that the 13267 order isn't necessary with respect to the regional board, including the requirement for dairies to have more precise methods to accurately monitor and report the nitrogen applied and nitrogen removed. I heard that there's a database that's being developed and should well cover that issue. I think it's important to emphasize that the point of the 13267 order is that it would actually specify methods for more accurate monitoring and reporting. So it's not a directive to report or monitor per se. The main objective here is that the order is seeking to get compliance with a 1.4 regulatory rate requirement that was required in the 2013 WDRs, the 1.4 rate requirement that's been in effect for the last 13 years. To be clear, the 1.4 rate is simply going to be carried over into the interim WDRs, but it is not a new rate requirement. The CBDRMP report in 2019, they did indicate that dairies are reporting a 1.4 rate application. The issue is that the amount of groundwater loading indicates there's a lot of underreporting. And so the idea is let's just get these monitoring and reporting more accurate and continue with compliance. Our order does say that we expect State Water Board staff will work with the regional board to develop these methods. If we need to be more clear on that point, we certainly will be. We would coordinate with them after the adoption of the dairy order.
Can I add and ask when it comes to that? I know we heard that there are obviously other academic, NGO, and other expertise that may be out there. and appreciate, strengthening because of the concern heard from the Regional Water Quality Control Board and others that, we would just be doing it and it'd be, a closed process without availing ourselves of their expertise. I think it'd be helpful if we also brought in those other voices. I know, having more open and comprehensive engagement from folks takes time, more staff resources, but I can't help but feel that it would really be useful for us to ensure that we're tapping that, more broader expertise. So for what it's worth, wanted to just add at least on that point. So thank you, Ms. Gillespie.
Thank you, and that's a really good point, and it fits nicely with the order's direction for State Water Board staff to develop the groundwater loading limit and the final land application rate formula. The order specifies that the State Board staff will be coordinating with the Regional Board on this, and that they will also be working with the CVDRMP and academic consultants on the technical components. And then they will submit it to a scientific peer review process. So the idea is a certain level of transparency, but certainly a lot of contribution from the experts.
Thank you.
With respect to the let's see here, the 13267 order to all ponds to provide a good faith estimate of pond depth. We heard that that's not necessary for all ponds, and if we can get some documentation into the record that demonstrates that it's not needed in certain regions in the Central Valley, and that there's no likelihood of intersection with groundwater, we certainly would welcome a way to streamline that approach. I think on that point, I have heard some concern about requiring all dairies to make this hydraulic continuity determination, and how onerous the workload is. Perhaps our order needs to be clearer, but it very explicitly says that within a year's time of getting the pond depth and evaluating the groundwater elevation level, the Regional Board is to begin to issue orders for pond continuity demonstration. We recognize that it is resource and workload intensive, and we give the discretion all to the Regional Board to decide how many dairies to address, how many ponds to address. But our timeline is simply to begin doing so within 1 year. We don't specify how many dairies it must be targeting. I think one misconception that I've heard today is that the revised order requires all ponds to be lined, all existing ponds, and how expensive retrofitting existing ponds is. Our order makes a very concerted effort to have a tiered approach for the various ponds. The only ones that require lining are those with hydraulic continuity at the timeline the Regional Boards can manage, and then new and reconstructed existing ponds. So for all of the existing ponds that do not have hydraulic continuity, they are required to meet a seepage rate. What our order says is that we are not specifying final requirements for ponds to meet the nitrogen discharge limit. Now, we know that the nitrogen discharge limit applies to ponds, just like it does land application and production areas. So what our order says is, if the Regional Board finds that the seepage rate is insufficient to meet the groundwater loading limit down the road, the Regional Board can discern what final requirements would be appropriate for these existing ponds, but we don't make any pronouncements as to what those might be. Next, with respect to another 13267 order, the order within 2 years to issue requiring on-farm drinking water well monitoring, I believe I heard various commenters say that requirement is already being satisfied, and so this isn't necessary. am happy to look into that. If we can streamline this part or remove it, we're happy to do so. I would just like to point out that we are not seeking just monitoring to occur, but we're also including a notification process to on-farm well water users and to get those users replacement drinking water within 10 days where an exceedance is found. So our goal here was to align our dairy order with what the state board has done with irrigated land in the Central Coast and the Central Valley. So it's to be protective of the on-farm well water users. I think that might be the conclusion of the things I wanted to clarify, unless there are further questions.
Thank you. Really appreciate all that and the responsiveness. Hopefully some of the clarifications can be useful. And again, to your request, Mr. Wiles, folks hopefully are reflective of what they've further heard here and can help us if there is further ambiguity and from what our intent is on a number of those items. So much appreciation. I think it covers a lot of the conversation I know I've heard here from the dais for myself and other members, but looking to see from other board members if there's anything that's been left out so far. Again, this isn't a decision point, trying to do our best to just inform publicly kind of where we're headed and where we're going from here. Board Member Morgan and then Board Member McGuire.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Gillespie, for coming back and Mr. Wiles with some clarifications there. And just for me, I think I may have heard some of the things a little nuanced a little differently. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to ask everyone who has commented, if you could just within your comments, not only point out where there may need to be clarification and with your understanding is to ask to also offer input of how we could clarify or how we can streamline. Give us some suggestions that we can also utilize, and that way, at least for me, it'll help keep this process moving, and that way we can also can take those suggestions and see where we can find some synergy within the suggestions of how we can continue to move forward, and we can hopefully streamline some of the implementation steps and find some, I lost my word there, but looking where we can, again, just find those parallel paths. We can keep things moving forward and really looking at the best use of resources for all parties. And what a lot of what I've heard today is really a common goal of protecting groundwater quality, drinking water sources, and aligning with the various programs that are out there. So, if you can point us to a recommendation, some clearer, concise language, and some streamlining of the implementation steps, that would be beneficial. In addition, I also, was hearing, and maybe this is, again, some nuance of what I perhaps was hearing, and I'm not completely sure. So, within the comments, also, if we can have some clarity of whether or not, so I was hearing, I believe what I'm hearing is that our current draft order states that and I believe Ms. Gillespie just clarified that there's components where it is a state board-led effort. And what I believe, what I heard from the industry is that for us to rely more on the Region 5 expertise, noting that there are some resource constraints. And so what I was interpreting that was flipping it, where it would be more of a Central Valley-led effort with additional support. And so if that can also be clarified within the written comments of what is the suggestion, what does it look like? So that way we make sure that, at least me, I can understand what the comment is, what the suggestion is, And because again, I think, just somewhat nuances within the comments where I know today, we're here, we do have somewhat limited time, and I think just within the written comments, we could nail down some of those details and some of those nuances of what the verbal comments were today. So that would be beneficial. And just again, want to make sure that we continue on track, that we do get this to a date where we can adopt it. So, with that, I don't want to get so tied up in every single detail to where we cannot get a order in front of the board that we are, sooner rather than later, that where we are continuing to delay the order. Also, want to really focus on, do we have an order that we can implement and that we can enforce? I believe that me as speaking for myself, that's really what I'm looking for, is something that we can adopt, that we can implement, that we can enforce, that we all understand clearly what it states, that we have something that also within that it is streamlined to the point where it's the best use of our resources to reach that end goal. And when I say I'm talking about the collective resources of the industry, the water board, the communities, just, all of us, so that we are actually achieving a goal and we're not just collecting data for collecting data's sake. What are we collecting, and is that usable and the best data to move us forward as quick as possible? So thank you all for being here and providing your comments, and for all the hard work that has gone into getting us here today. Thanks.
You're here. Thank you, board member. Agree with everything you've said here. Board member McGuire.
Great. Yeah, thank you for the clarifications. And we have a little ways to go now, clearly, but I think hopefully that helps folks understand a little bit better where staff is coming from and the intent of the order. Certainly, I'm open to revisions and clarifying it further. Feel all the same urgency that we've said multiple times today. I just want to touch on a couple areas, try to be focused here. Knowing it's been a long day already. So one is the overall economics piece. So a lot of this is balancing, right? CV Salts is trying to provide a glide path to bring nitrate, agriculture and dairy in line to achieve our nitrate water quality objectives. Part of that is an economic driver of not wanting to put these industries out of business. I take to heart what we heard about the challenges with Sigma and other pressures in the industry. I think those are all valid. And so we really should be keeping that in mind as we're walking through the final steps here in the order, and thinking about the economic implications of what we're asking for, and making sure that the things that we're seeking to require dairies to do are going to provide that return on investment, so to speak. Just give it one specific example, and that kept coming up over and over again, which is the seepage testing. There were a number of assertions that there wasn't capacity in the consulting world to do it. There were questions about the validity of the testing itself. I actually remember this issue coming up in some of our other discussions in the past on this. And so that's an area that's been on my mind for all this time. I know the order provides an opportunity for another alternative method to be developed. I don't know where that stands. But that seems to me to be an area where, these are ponds that already don't have hydraulic continuity with groundwater. So what is the benefit? What is the return on doing this testing? Is the frequency right? Is there really bandwidth in the industry to pick up this testing? Or is this an area where we might be able to think about our priorities a little bit more? And then the other topic I wanted to just run by you as well, so everyone can hear it, is that in my past life, I was a project manager. And so, my goal, my assignments were to keep projects on scope, schedule, and budget. And I think that's the lift that we all have here is we're thinking about the order and thinking about our partnership with the Central Valley Regional Board, with the dairy industry, with the environmental justice community. And, how do we all work together here in a coordinated fashion to deliver on results? It's been too long, we haven't gotten where we want to be yet, but we're coming closer to a path forward. So when I was looking at the chart actually that Dairy Cares showed, with all the orders and the peer reviews and the WDRs, what really struck me was the amount of work we're all putting on our collective selves to do within about 3 to 4 years. Because the timeline to complete the interim WDR is 3 to 4 years. I mean, that alone is a very extensive process with the CEQA, the EIR that will have to happen, just the regular public engagement, drafting the WDRs, all that work. Setting aside all these 13267 orders and the peer review processes that come with them. So I think Mr. Palupa has some very good comments about the achievability of all this work in that short time. And so if it were me and I were a project manager, what I would say is what's our critical path, right? And the critical path in this sense, I think, is getting to a revised WDR. And so I would challenge us to think about these 13267 orders. Are they critical? Do they need to happen before the WDRs are updated? Could they be pushed back or even folded into a WDR in a sense to help? Because that's one way that we can look at streamlining this a little bit more. And so you brought up some good points that you're going to look at, and I appreciate your openness thinking about is there a broader way we can look at groundwater connectivity in a more geographic sense and say, here's a big data set, and we can easily say, yep, this whole area is not these ponds are not connected to groundwater, and really simplify that process. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. But I think there's also process opportunities to sort of look at our priorities a little bit, and really keep the eye on the ball, which is, how do we set the regional board up for success in getting to a WDR in a reasonable time frame? And that's all I had. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Appreciate those good comments. Supportive as well. In my thinking, especially around the seepage work, I'm wondering what innovations still might be here, maybe burgeoning or on the horizon around remote sensing or cheaper alternatives to be able to really, again, give a better assessment of what's happening out there. So appreciate that. Yeah, the industry isn't developed yet enough to, I think, have a requirement that is stringent, and we should be flexible in different ways that people can approach not demonstrating that connectivity. And to your point, and I think a point I made earlier as well, more intensive desktop sort of analyses that kind of more broadly get us there can maybe be helpful. Hearing though that Mr. Palupa said that similar work has already been done, so I think there's a good basis there. For me, when done right, our regulatory work can innovate and help actually support and bring about the outcomes I know we're all collectively looking to see, and strengthen the industry ultimately as well, for sustainability, for the future. And so I'm eager to hear, again, the written comments from folks, digest and do our best to just get this out so that we can provide some certainty to the industry and, importantly, protections for the communities that are most impacted. So just a lot of thanks again for everyone. I know it's been a long day, a thorough discussion, a really good one, and appreciate, again, everyone's contributions. We will next come out at some point here with a draft. I don't think we'll provide necessary timeline there. Again, we're trying to aim for some final adoption in mid-September. I'm hopeful that we can do that, even with all the complexities and still work that we have to refine the order. And it's important that we give ourselves the time to get it right as well. And so we'll be balancing those two pressures as we do this work. Again, thank you, everyone. Really appreciate your discussions today. Anything further, Ms. Gillespie or others, that you wanted to hit on? And if not, That ends item number 9 in today's workshop on the dairy order. Thank you, everyone. Much appreciation. Yesterday, I postponed our board member reports and the executive director report to today, so we can quickly get into those.
I do not have a report.
I do not have a report either.
No report.
Appreciate that. Mr. Oppenheimer,
I'll
executive
pass
director
as
report.
well.
Okay, you're good. Nothing, just if anyone is interested, read the executive director's report. It's an amazing compendium. There's a lot going on, as always. All right, well then now that brings us to the end of our 2-day board meeting. We will not be recessing or going into closed session, so we will adjourn. And our next board meeting is July 21st and 22nd. So we'll see everyone in 2 weeks. That's the end of this meeting now. Be safe, be well. Thank you all. Incredible.